C3206. C3206 popular recommendation. Did the heaven old orcs do something big? Chun Xiang asked, and then found a collapsed stone chair to sit on in the damp mountain cave. Access. Chen Kai shook his head and sighed. It's not really a big movement, it's just an internal movement. They didn't have the time to fight with humans right now, as a huge problem had arisen within them. You know what? The guy who came looking for me is the heaven old orc emperor. Chun Xiang frowned. The one who tried to kill me? I haven't settled the score with him yet. Besides this B-A-S-T-A-R-D, no one in the heaven old orcs can make me look so miserable. Chen Kai was very angry. Not only does this guy want me to help him with the artifact forging, he also wants to control me so that when he needs me to, he can immediately let me do the artifact forging. Go destroy him. Chun Xiang was very strong. He didn't care about a mere heaven old orc emperor. Yo, you look so awesome. Chun Kai laughed. Of course, he knew the grudge between Chun Xiang and the heaven old orc emperor. Of course. Do you know where I just came from? Chun Xiang smiled mysteriously. Where? Although Chun Kai asked, he seemed to have guessed something. Could it be the heaven old super realm? This is the place. Chun Xiang laughed. Let's go find that guy and eliminate him. Then, I'll bring you to the heaven old super realm. Chun Kai was a talent and was born with a good inherent skill. He had inherited the memories, and his cultivation was just a little lacking now. If he were to raise his cultivation, he would definitely become a powerful refiner. Really? That's great. I'm tired of staying in this Ned place. I want to go to heaven old super realm. Chun Kai was extremely agitated. We don't need to look for the Beast King right now. As long as I run out of this cave and release the aura on my body, he will know where I am and then immediately rush over. That's great, Chun Xiang said as he punched the mountain. Chun Kai had only just stepped out and wanted to walk out of the cave, but he had already made his move. You don't need to be so KY in front of me when you become stronger, right? Chun Kai laughed and scolded. This mountain cave was set up by me with great difficulty. I'm afraid I have to stay behind as a souvenir or something like that. Chun Kai had set up many enchantments in Shandong in order to avoid being tracked by the heaven old orc emperor. And now that it had been destroyed by Chun Xiang's fist, his heart ached for her. Old dog, come and kill me. Chun Kai roared and released his chi. After Chun Kai shouted a few times, Chun Xiang sensed a familiar aura approaching. Back then, he had almost been killed by this heaven old orc emperor. I don't know if he remembers me. Chun Xiang was now standing behind Chun Kai. When Chun Kai saw that the heaven old orc emperor had arrived, he immediately ran to Chun Xiang's back and whispered to him he's already here. Heaven old orc emperor was an old man. When he saw Chun Xiang, he sneered, "No wonder you are so bold. So it turns out that you found a helper. You do have some power, but in the end, you would only be eaten by me." Chun Xiang shook his head, because the heaven old orc emperor had already forgotten about him. Chun Kai, I suddenly don't want to fight anymore, Chun Xiang said. Chun Kai was startled and was a little confused. You're not joking, right? This guy is very dangerous. If I kill this old dog, my hands will get dirty. How do you want me to wash them? Chun Xiang laughed bitterly, as if he was in a difficult situation. Even if he wanted me to kill him, I didn't want to. Chun Kai was stunned yet again. Heaven old orc emperor was also stunned. This young man in front of him was actually this arrogant. He had seen such an arrogant youth before. But those were all people from the heaven old divine race, and the person in front of him was just a human. Chun Kai, the human you found is only this strong. You are so arrogant. Heaven old orc emperor laughed out loud. You should just follow me back to the refining world. Chun Kai did not care about him and said to Chun Xiang, wouldn't it be fine if you used your foot to kill him? That way you won't dirty your hands. And Chun Xiang actually looked down on him that much. He was a dignified heaven old orc emperor. Chun Xiang shook his head. then said to Heaven Old Orc Emperor, "You should kill yourself. This will be better for both you and me." When the Heaven Old Orc Emperor heard him, he immediately roared out and grabbed towards Qin Xiang and bellowed, "Human, don't be so arrogant!" When Qin Xiang saw him coming over, he stuck out his tongue and made a face at him. Meanwhile, Heaven Old Orc Emperor's claws had already turned into a soft and furry beast claw, grabbing towards Qin Xiang's head. Qin Xiang saw that the beast was closing in. The heavenly magic sword in his hand suddenly flew out and quickly cut off the gigantic hand. Heaven Old Orc Emperor and Chen Kai did not see Qin Xiang making his move. Qin Xiang also stood there motionlessly, suddenly flying out with a sword, very quickly cutting off Heaven Old Orc Emperor's arm. Ah! Heaven Old Orc Emperor took a few steps back as he looked at the smiling Qin Xiang. The instant Qin Xiang attacked just now, he felt a trace of aura that caused him to feel extreme fear. That was the aura of the world-defying stage Fierce Soul. Those who possessed world-defying stage Fierce Soulless were all people who had stepped into it. The Heaven Old Orc Emperor was currently only at the peak of the world-defying stage. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat the world-defying crazy realm. How could a human from the world-defying crazy realm appear here? Ever since Heaven Old Orc Emperor came here, he had always looked down on humans. Humans were extremely weak in his eyes, and he could easily kill a large group of them. But the Qin Xiang in front of him was actually this frightening. The weak humans in his eyes were now so much stronger than him. He found it hard to accept. Why is it impossible? If a guy like you can claim supremacy here, then why can't I come here? The world-defying stage Fierce Power that was released by the world-defying stage Fierce Soul was extremely terrifying. After being poured into the heavenly magic sword and added with the fact that the heavenly magic sword was refined by the myriad Tao divine soil, it easily broke through the Heaven Old Orc Emperor's armor and cut her body into several pieces. It was done just like that. Chen Kai found it hard to believe. He took a deep breath and rushed forward, releasing a few B.A.L.S. of flame, and burned the corpse, then took the world-defying mad source bead. "You don't lack this, but I do." Chen Kai laughed. The enemy that was chasing him had been killed, and he would be able to quickly head to Heaven Old Super Realm soon. So he was currently in a great mood. C-3207. C-3207, the world-defying mad source bead, was no longer of use to Qin Xiang. He definitely did not need them anymore. "What are you doing here?" Qin Xiang remembered that previously Chen Kai did not need world-defying mad source bead either, but now he had to ask for it. "It's extremely useful." Chen Kai said, "I need this thing to make the myriad Tao divine soil. Although you can make it, it's still too little." Qin Xiang had given a lot of Tengu beast to Chen Kai to refine previously, and Chen Kai still had a few myriad Tao divine soil less on his hands. Who knew what he had used them for? "You need myriad Tao divine soil so much? I remember I gave you a lot." Qin Xiang said, "You are only giving this to me, the Tengu beast, to help you refine. Myriad Tao divine soil is still yours. I do not need your things." Chen Kai was very kind indeed. After that, he took out those myriad Tao divine soilless and gave them to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang pushed Chen Kai's hand back and laughed. "You should still keep it. I no longer have any interest in this kind of thing." Chen Kai was startled. He suddenly thought of something and anxiously asked, "Did you find something good? Or do you have more myriad Tao divine soilless now?" Qin Xiang smiled in a very mysterious manner, making him very anxious. "Look at this." Qin Xiang took out a piece of black crystal. This was a myriad Tao divine soil crystal, but because the thing on its surface did not fall off, it looked black. When Chen Kai first saw it, he did not know what it was, but after he played with it for a bit, he still did not know what it was. But he could confirm that this black crystal was very strong, because just now he secretly channeled his energy to test it out, and felt that this crystal had a very strong absorbing power. Not only was it STU-RDY, it could also quickly absorb the pressure from the outside world. you used the myriad Tao divine soil to refine this? Qin Kai frowned. He could determine that this crystal possessed the characteristics of the myriad Tao divine soil. No. Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. These are myriad Tao divine soil crystals, things that have been evolved from myriad Tao divine soil. They are much better than myriad Tao divine soil's crystals. After Qin Kai heard it, he carefully looked at the black crystal in his hand and immediately remembered the legend of the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. Looking at Qin Kai's dumbstruck expression, Qin Xiang patted his shoulder. Do you have a lot of these things? Qin Kai regained his senses. He anxiously took a deep breath and asked, Not much, this is for you. Qin Kai said. Qin Kai liked refining. As a refiner, he was very excited to see such rare materials. Qin Kai quickly kept it, worried that Qin Xiang would take it back. Can you make this thing? Qin Xiang wanted Qin Kai to help him refine heavenly magic sword S. There should be no problems. It will just take a long time, Qin Kai said, because I need a lot of time to melt this kind of crystal. Qin Kai took out the piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal, used the flame to test it, and said with a frown, For now, if I were to help you use this kind of myriad Tao divine soil crystal to refine heavenly magic sword, it would take at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years was quite a long time, and for Qin Kai to refine it with his current cultivation, Qin Xiang had to admire him. Time is not a problem. Okay, when I bring you to Heaven Old Super Realm, I'll give you some pills to eat and let you order to enter the world-defying crazy realm. Qin Xiang said, Even Xiao Ku'er has already stepped into the world-defying crazy realm. You should be able to eat those pills too. It was one thing if Qin Xiang was stronger than him, but even Feng Ku'er, this stupid big girl, was stronger than him. One must know that at the time he was much stronger than Qin Xiang and Feng Ku'er. All right, point them and bring me to the Heaven Old Super Realm. I can't wait, Qin Kai said. Once he enters the Heaven Old Super Realm, he would be able to point his way into the world-defying crazy realm. When Qin Kai was in the Danji, the mysterious land, he had imparted many abilities to Xue Xianxian and the others. They all respected Qin Kai greatly, so Qin Xiang had a lot of trust in him. Right now, Qin Xiang took out an array disc. After opening it, a black vortex appeared in the sky, and he immediately brought Qin Kai flying. Heaven Old Super Realms, 7 blazing suns, hung in the sky at noon. The first thing Qin Kai did after arriving was to raise his head and look at the 7 suns. Why 7 suns? Weren't there 3 before? Qin Kai was also fairly familiar with the Heaven Old Super Realm, because they have already fused. It's a long story. Qin Xiang told Qin Kai about the other Super Yang realm. There were 4 Super Yang divine race S on the side of the Super Yang realm, and they had already merged together. Adding the 3 here, there was a total of 7. The situation of the Heaven Old Super Realm was so complicated that it made Qin Kai exclaim in surprise. He himself belonged to the Super Yang divine race, but his bloodline was a little complicated. Heaven Old Divine Race is asking for trouble. Qin Kai held a lot of resentment towards the Heaven Old Divine Race, and he had almost been killed by him at that time. Qin Xiang brought Qin Kai into the Sunji, D forest. He did not know about the situation outside, nor did he have time to understand. He only knew that if the other 4 Super Young Divine Races were to fuse here, this place would become even more chaotic. Furthermore, there would be more experts. The Sunji, D forest was very safe because of the Super Young Divine Altar. When Qin Kai came here, Qin Xiang had told him that he wanted to refine Heavenly Magic Sword S, 6 Realms Mirrors S, and Tianchuang Furnace S from top to bottom, and even use that kind of material to refine them. Qin Xiang gave Qin Kai a few medicinal pellets, and then used a 3-layer time domain on him. You're not stupid. You should have broken through after staying in there for dozens of years, right? Feng Ku'er said, Why didn't you tell him about the Crystal Emperor? When he found out that he was going to refine the myriad Tao divine soil crystal, he was already very excited. When he was about to start refining, I would tell him about the Crystal Emperor. Qin Xiang chuckled. That's true. Feng Kuter curled his lips. If he doesn't have a sun madness fire, it would be impossible to refine. What should we do? Go and ask Spirit of Divine Altar if he can make Qin Kai use the tinder array. Qin Xiang hurried to find Spirit of Divine Altar. Tinder array? We've already used it twice before. If we use it a third time, it might not go smoothly. The Spirit of Divine Altar said, the tinder array consumes the power of the sun, although there are now 4 more suns. When the tinder array circulated previously, it had already absorbed the power of the 4 suns. It can only be used twice. Qin Xiang was a little surprised. Yes, if you use it a third time, you won't be able to succeed very smoothly. Instead, there will be great danger. The Spirit of Divine Altar said, unless they can be used twice every 1,000 years. See 3208. See 3208 if you have read this chapter. Please move to 78. Com small. Speak. Web/078 novels or 78XS. C0M. Please remember our new website 7/8/X/S. C0M. If you have read this chapter, please move to 78fiction_net/apps. Also, you can search for 78 novels or 78XS in Baidu. C0M. Please remember our new website 7/8/X/S. C0M. The 1,000 years outside was too long for Qin Xiang, and he did not want to wait that long. Why do you still want to use the tinder array? Spirit of Divine Altar asked. Didn't you two cultivate sun madness fire already? I have a friend who is an expert refiner, but his flame cannot keep up with mine. Qin Xiang sighed. So at that time, everything might not go smoothly for him. Only use fire to melt Crystal Emperor, right? Spirit of Divine Altar laughed. That's easy. The flames I release are very strong. They can allow him to burn myriad Tao divine soil to become a Crystal Emperor. Is this true? Qin Xiang was very surprised. When the time comes, just let your friend come to my place. I can use my flame as he wishes. Spirit of Divine Altar said, my sun madness fire will be much stronger than you soon. Now that Qin Xiang had finally solved the problem of the flames, he no longer had to worry about Qin Kai's flames not being able to keep up. When Qin Kai was cultivating inside the 6 realms mirrors, he had already eaten the divine pellets Qin Xiang gave him. These divine pellets could help Qin Kai find a better madness soul to fuse with in the world-defying stage soul river. In just half a day, Qin Kai was already shouting inside. Qin Kai, release me. Qin Kai roared. After Qin Xiang released Qin Kai, he smiled and said, You're pretty quick. I thought you were staying inside for a few days. How many days? Wouldn't that be hundreds of years? I, Qin Kai, am not such a trash. Qin Kai had already stepped into the world-defying crazy realm and was completely filled with confidence. My flame is already very strong. I can start right now. Qin Xiang brought Qin Kai to Super Young Divine Altar side. The Super Young Divine Altar was viewed as a sacred artifact by the entire Divine Soil race, and the area that the Super Young Divine Altar was in was also a sacred ground. Other than the Patriarch and a few elders, no one was allowed to casually enter, whereas Qin Xiang was capable of doing so. Refine my heavenly magic sword first. Use this to refine it. Qin Xiang finally took out the Crystal Emperor and showed it to Qin Kai. When Qin Kai saw it, he was shocked. This is not the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. Qin Kai shouted loudly, just what is this thing? This is the Crystal Emperor of the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. Qin Xiang laughed, but it was refined using the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. It took me a lot of effort to make it. When that time comes, Don't waste my time. Chen Kai swallowed his saliva. This was actually a crystal emperor. He obviously knew about the Tao crystal emperor's matter. His inherent skill in smithing came from the inheritance, and the things related to crystal emperor were also recorded within the inheritance. With my current strength, I am unable to burn crystal emperor. Furthermore, this is not something that can be melted by ordinary flames. Chen Kai looked at the 7 suns in the sky. Sun Madness Fire S are not easy to cultivate. The spirit of divine altar suddenly spoke. Even if you manage to cultivate the Sun Madness Fire now, it will still be difficult for you to melt the crystal emperor and use my flame. Try to see if you can control my flames, and I'll help you forge artifacts. Spirit of divine altar. Chen Kai anxiously retreated a few steps, because Chen Xiang did not tell him about the spirit of divine altar. However, Chen Kai knew that super young divine altar who could speak were mostly those kind of ancient super young divine altar S, and very powerful ones at that. It was only now that he paid close attention to this super young divine altar, when he suddenly realized that this somewhat shabby-looking super young divine altar actually had a large number of myriad Tao divine soil S that numbered 9. All right, I'll give it a try. Chen Kai calmed himself down. If not, he would be struck unconscious. Spirit of divine altar had already released a small flame which radiated brightly. Chen Kai took in a deep breath. Then he tried to sense the small flame and put it in the center of his palm. No problem. If he couldn't control it, the small flame would burn into his palm. All right, then let's begin. The spirit of divine altar said. You guys begin. I'll take a look around. Chen Xiang took out Heavenly Magic Sword S. Heavenly Magic Sword S, use 1 piece. Tian Chuang Furnace S, use 3 pieces. Chen Kai and Spirit of Divine Altar did not say anything. They only told Chen Xiang that they needed some time. I have to be careful when I go out this time. After Chen Xiang left the divine soil restricted area, he took out the 6 realms mirrors and looked for Yu Iran. However, the 6 realms mirrors did not seem to be very useful here. He could only vaguely see Yu Iran's image. Boss, is it you? Chen Xiang tried to send a sound transmission to Yu Iran through the 6 realms mirrors. Yu Iran's current situation was extremely bad. He had already made enemies with the Yu clan before and was currently fleeing. Chen Xiang. Yu Iran was very surprised that Chen Xiang could actually send a sound transmission to him. Where are you? Chen Xiang asked anxiously. He felt that Yu Iran was in danger. I'm in the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. Yu Iran sighed. That be A-S-T-A-R-D Heavenly Dan landlord actually lied to me. Now he wants to lock me up and control me. This be A-S-T-A-R-D. I'll go save you now. I've already stepped into the world-defying crazy realm. Chen Xiang said, don't just teleport in. There are restraining S-P-A-C array formations inside. He did this to prevent you from saving me, and he even set a trap for you. Yu Iran said, it's better that you don't come and save me. He can't do anything to me. At most, I'll just lose my freedom. Yu Iran was worried that Chen Xiang would be caught. Chen Xiang, your talent in pill refining is not bad. You will quickly become stronger, and you can come save me when the time comes. Yu Iran laughed. Anyway, I've already lived for so long. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm afraid they're torturing you. Chen Xiang said, I will definitely save you. Yu Iran did not speak anymore, and did not know if he was deliberately ignoring Chen Xiang or not. Chen Xiang asked for a few more times, but Yu Iran didn't reply, and only asked him to keep the 6 realms mirrors helplessly. Shaokur, what should we do now? Chen Xiang asked. The boss is so nice. I can't just ignore him like this. He deliberately ignored you. Feng Kudu said, why? Chen Xiang did not understand. He might have just thought of something. He thinks that the purpose of the Heavenly Dan landlord capturing him is to lure you out and capture you. phone cooler said, Heavenly Dan landlord should do this kind of thing quite often. The pill spirit that Chen Xiang had previously obtained from the Heavenly Dan landlord was not refined by the Heavenly Dan landlord himself. He did not know where the Heavenly Dan landlord had obtained it, but the Heavenly Dan landlord had actually bragged that he had refined it. The more it is like this, the more I want to rescue the boss. Heavenly Dan landlord wants to capture me. He doesn't even have a door. He is underestimating me. Chen Xiang, too much. Chen Xiang snorted and immediately rushed towards Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa was very famous. As long as Heavenly Dan landlord gave the order to gather, many alchemists would immediately dare to come. On the way, Chen Xiang met two alchemists who were Russ, H.I. plussing to the city. They said that the Heavenly Dan landlord had urgent matters that required them to rush to the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa within a month. See 3209. See 3209 if you have read this chapter. Please move to 78. Small. Speak. Web/078 novels or 78XS. C0M, please remember our new website, 7/8/X/S, C0M. If you have read this chapter, please move to 78fiction_net/apps. Also, you can search for 78 novels or 78XS in Baidu. C0M, please remember our new website, 7/8/X/S, C0M. Chen Xiang guessed that this matter was related to you, Iran. As for what it was, none of the alchemists knew. In the Heaven Old Super Realm, the most outstanding people in pill refining were the Heaven Old Divine Race. But it was different now because there were 4 other super young Divine Race who had joined them. The Heaven Old Divine Race could no longer control the pills like before. Chen Xiang felt that it might be related to this matter. If I use the transformation skill, they shouldn't be able to see through me, right? Chen Xiang felt that he was now in the world-defying crazy realm. Chen Xiang had already arrived outside the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa, and there were many people outside. None of them had been invited, and furthermore, they were extremely strict when entering, and they could not enter without an invitation. The people waiting outside were mostly alchemists with a lot of curiosity. This was because the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa had gathered a large group of outstanding alchemists, and it was very likely that they were going to join forces to fight against the other 4 super young Divine Races. Seems like quite a few Heaven Old Divine Race people were unable to enter. Chen Xiang looked at the crowd. Although there were a lot of humans, there were also a lot of Heaven Old Divine Race people. Chen Xiang was also waiting outside while thinking of a way to save you, Iran. Look, isn't that the royal family's ancient G? Oh, DS, H, I plus P? Someone shouted, and everyone could feel the blinding light coming from the sky. Chen Xiang raised his head to look and saw a huge S, H, I plus P flying from afar. After this S, H, I plus P arrived, its speed was extremely slow as it floated above Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. After a while, the enchantment of the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa suddenly opened, obviously to let this boat in. After all, this was the arrival of many important people of the Heaven Old Imperial family, and there were many powerful people too. The enchantment has been opened. This is a good chance. Chen Xiang immediately became invisible and carefully flew over. He did not dare to use spatial force, as the experts here were extremely sensitive to spatial ripples and could easily be discovered. The moment Chen Xiang entered, the enchantment closed immediately, and there were many other experts surrounding him. There were already a lot on the ancient G. Oh, D-boat, and with the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa inside. Chen Xiang started sweating profusely. We haven't been discovered. Hurry up and leave this place. Chen Xiang could not help but become nervous, and hurriedly leave the wide plaza to prevent himself from being discovered. If the enchantment had not been opened, it would not have been so easy for him to sneak in, and he would not even be able to enter the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. At the moment, the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa was extremely tightly guarded, with many experts guarding the entrance. Chun Xiang searched for a long time before finally finding a place with no people. He took out the 6 realms mirrors, and he could clearly see Yu Iran. The place where Yu Iran was at was blazing red. Chun Xiang guessed that it was inside some sort of cauldron. "Boss, I have already entered the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. At this time, the Heavenly Dan landlord is gathering all sorts of forces here, and a lot of them have come to visit the alchemist. Why is this so?" Chun Xiang asked. Yet you still came." Yu Iran sighed. "They are here to meet the other 4 super young divine races. So it's like that." Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Yu Iran would be in trouble at that time. If the 2 worlds that have been separated for so many years were to merge, the respective powers would be greatly affected. The reason why they gathered here is to discuss on peaceful coexistence. I only know that the Super Yang realm does not wish to fight, and during discussions, pills are also the main problem. Yu Iran said. Previously, he and Spirit of Divine Alter had Antic 1P aided that the Super Young Divine race of the 2 worlds would clash because the Heaven Old Divine race had done the right thing when they had split up that year. I wonder if the Heaven Old Divine race has covered up the ancient Super Young Divine Alter yet. Chun Xiang was a little worried about the Divine Soil restricted area, especially the Sunji D forest. Chun Xiang, find a chance to leave this place. Don't save me anymore. Yu Iran said. Your current strength is still too weak. No, I'm already here. Chun Xiang said. Let me try to see if I can teleport you here. Please don't. The thing holding me is very special. Yu Iran said. If you sense a very strong spatial ripple, it will swallow you in. Chun Xiang finally understood why Yu Iran didn't let him attack. Then I'll stay here and find a chance to save you. Chun Xiang had already entered, so he definitely would not give up. For safety's sake, when Chun Xiang was in here, he used invisibility as well. He did not dare show himself, as he was worried that he would be discovered. After a few days, a large movement came from outside again. Chun Xiang could feel a large wave of powerful qi coming from outside. He guessed that it was the experts of the Super Yang realm. Chun Xiang did not go over to take a look now. The more lively the place, the more dangerous it would be, not to mention the gathering of experts. His purpose of coming here was to save Yu Iran, not to join in the fun. He then took out the 6 realms mirrors and contacted Yu Iran. Chun Xiang, they are moving me. I don't know where they are taking me. Seeing how determined Chun Xiang was to save him, Yu Iran did not reject and could only cooperate with Chun Xiang. All right, I'll walk around and see if I can find you. Chun Xiang could not teleport using his spatial energy, but the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa was huge, so it would not be easy for him to find where Yu Iran was hiding. Just as he was walking around randomly, he suddenly heard a few servants discussing about Yu Iran. Yu Iran is a Grand Master of a generation, but he was actually captured by our Villa Master, hee. No one will object if we capture Yu Iran at this critical juncture. After all, our Villa Master was able to refine a pill spirit, and even the Heaven Old Imperial family is respectful to him. Right now, only he has the qualifications to challenge the 4 super young divine races. Oh, right, the Villa Master probably captured Yu Iran to lure the human kid out. That human's pill refining skills are so great that even the Villa Master values the entire human race very much. Yes, Villa Master has already sent out news these few days. He is preparing to auction Yu Iran out. Auction of Yu Iran. You probably don't know, but Yu Iran is currently the Villa Master's slave, and a very strong alchemist at that. Hearing this, Chun Xiang was extremely angry and almost couldn't hold it in. Heavenly Dan landlord this be. Astard, you can refine a pill spirit? It's completely fake. Chun Xiang snorted. The pill spirit that he had previously won from Heavenly Dan landlord was stored inside. It was not refined by the Heavenly Dan landlord himself. If I let you show off, I'll expose you. Chun Xiang had already thought of a way. C-3210 Sword Race. C-3210 Sword Race. Heavenly Dan Manor Lord had always kept Chun Xiang's refining skills in mind. He did not believe that it was only because of the derivation method, so he wanted to catch Chun Xiang and get to the bottom of it. Now he had already caught Yu Ran, but Yu Ran was not afraid of death, so no matter how she was asked, he could not get anything out of him. He also did not dare to just kill Yu Ran like this, because Yu Ran still had a high value. That was why he decided to auction Yu Ran out, and at the same time see if he could lure Chun Xiang out. What he did not know was that Chun Xiang was currently in his Heavenly Dan mountain villa, and he even more so did not know that Chun Xiang had already stepped into the world-defying berserk realm, and his strength was much stronger than before. Chun Xiang was thinking about how he could partic 1 P8 in that auction, and how he would be able to leave safely when the time came. If he were to partic 1 P8, he would have to destroy Yu Ran's reputation. His strength was limited. If things were to progress, it might not go smoothly for him. Just as Chun Xiang was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a group of people walking over. This group of people were all dressed in white, and all of them had a sword hanging from their waists. Their scabbards were all very beautiful, filled with all kinds of beautiful stones. From this, it could be seen that they were a group of people that were very good at using swords. Chun Xiang was already invisible. He stood behind a big tree by the side of a road and watched this group of people pass by. Suddenly, he heard the other servants here discussing the origins of this group of people in low voices. It should be the legendary Heavenly Ancient Sword Race. It is said that their swords are mixed with some of the myriad Tao Divine Soil S to be refined. They are extremely powerful, causing them to be unable to be stored in any storage divine tools. The myriad Tao Divine Soil is very powerful. There are many in there, but they are unable to enter. The forbidden land of the divine earth is very dangerous. Even people with peak of the arrogant realm might die inside. When Chun Xiang heard that this group of people were from the Heavenly Ancient Sword Race, his eyes suddenly lit up and followed them. These fellows definitely have enmity with the Heaven Old Divine Race. Maybe I can make good use of them. Chun Xiang followed behind and carefully observed the people from the Ancient Sword Race. There were a total of more than 50 people. When they arrived at the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa, they were arranged to live in a very large courtyard house. Amongst these 50-odd people, there were more than 10 females, and one of them had an extremely prestigious status. What is the background of this woman? With a mask on, I can only tell by her attire and figure that she is a woman. Chun Xiang pondered. Amongst this group of people, the person with the highest position was a tall and STU, RDY man. Because they were all wearing masks, Chun Xiang did not know if it was the old man or the middle-aged man. After they entered the house, they immediately took out a few formation plates. Soon, the formation arrays covered the entire house like an inescapable net. Only after laying the formation did they take off their masks. Brother, back then there should have been 5 suns in Eternity Archaeopterygium, but now there are 2 less. 2 of the Sun D race S were exterminated. This Heaven Old Divine Race is truly powerful. The woman took off her mask, revealing a pale face. The girl's face was haggard. Her beautiful oval face was devoid of blood, and her lips were devoid of any color. One could tell with a single glance that she was either seriously injured or poisoned. This woman won't live long. Chun Xiang felt that it was a pity. After all, she was a beautiful woman. Our goal here isn't anything else. It's just to prolong your life. We just don't know if this Heavenly Dan Manor Lord is as delay as in the legends. If he really can refine Dan's spirit, I think he might be able to cure you. You are the only hope of our sword race. The man had taken off his mask, too, a handsome middle-aged man with a little beard. These were actually 2 siblings. The woman let out a soft sigh and sat down on a stone chair. A few elders placed their palms on her back as if to treat her wounds. Chun Xiang tried it out and found that he could easily escape from the courtyard. Although there were many array formations and barriers installed, it was very easy to leave from the inside. After making his decision, he immediately appeared next to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's reaction speed was extremely fast. The moment Chun Xiang appeared, he sensed that something was amiss. He suddenly pulled out his sword. The sword tip was already at Chun Xiang's forehead. As long as he moved slightly forward, he could stab Chun Xiang's head. And at this time, the other dozen or so people had already surrounded Chun Xiang. In a short moment, Chun Xiang's body was blocked by the 10 or so sword tips. "Who are you? What did you just hear?" The middle-aged man asked coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I heard what you said." Chun Xiang answered truthfully, "But if you kill me, then all of you will have come here for nothing. This Heavenly Dan Manor Lord is not as good as he would brag about himself." "Humph, just who are you?" The middle-aged man did not believe Chun Xiang's words. On one hand, it was because of Chun Xiang's people, and why they suddenly appeared in their heavily guarded residence. Chun Xiang's was from world-defying berserk realm. Although the middle-aged man could not see through it, but judging from how Chun Xiang suddenly appeared, Chun Xiang's cultivation was not low. He still thought that Chun Xiang was a strong Sin. "My name is Chun Xiang, and you all probably don't know my name." Chun Xiang laughed, being encircled by 10 or so killing, intent-pressuring swords. He was still able to laugh. Just by this point, the people of Sword Race all admired him. When Chun Xiang saw that the group of people did not speak, he smiled and said, "I've already said it, you all definitely have not heard of my name before. However, I think you all should have heard about what I have done. A while ago I partook. 1. P. aided in a compet. 1. Tie-in inside the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa, and won a Dan spirit from the Heavenly Dan Manor Lord. At that time, many people didn't know Chun Xiang's name, and only knew that Chun Xiang was a human. However, he had a deep impression of him, luring the Apil spirit away." Sure enough, these Sword Race people had heard of this matter, and their faces revealed surprise. What surprised them the most was that everyone knew that the Heavenly Dan Manor Lord was going to capture Chun Xiang, because the people of the Heavenly Dan Manor Lord had announced that Chun Xiang and Yu Iran were working together to cheat and take away his Dan spirit. "Then, that's great. We will give you to the Heavenly Dan Manor Lord." The middle-aged man said, "Since you delivered yourself to us, it's not our fault." Chun Xiang said with a calm face and a sigh, "If you really do this, then this lady will be in danger. Leaning your hopes on Heavenly Dan Manor Lord, isn't this a bit too much of a child's play? Why do you think that Heavenly Dan Manor Lord cannot cure me?" The woman spoke in a very soft voice. After all, she was not in a very good condition at the moment, because the Heavenly Dan Manor Lord was unable to refine a Dan spirit. To tell you the truth, after I won his Dan spirit, I discovered that the Dan spirit was refined tens of thousands of years ago. Tens of thousands of years ago, this Heavenly Dan Manor Lord was still a little kid. Chun Xiang said with a serious face, "So I think that his Dan spirit was only obtained by accident and used to deceive everyone. If you go and inquire, you will know that this Heavenly Dan Manor Lord is very vain and enjoys showing off." See 32:11. See 32:11. The people of the ancient Sword Clan could not understand why Chun Xiang suddenly appeared here, but they were sure that Chun Xiang had a goal. That was why he came to find them. "You can go straight ahead. Why did you come here? Could it be to tell us that the Heavenly Dan landlord is unreliable?" The middle-aged man asked, "You aren't planning to use us to save you Iran, right?" Even the family servants knew of Heavenly Dan landlord's plan. It was impossible for the ancient Sword Clan not to know of it, so they could guess the answer. "Yes, I really do need you guys to help me, but I'm not using you guys but helping each other. I have no other choice but to think of a way. You guys help me save you Iran." Chun Xiang said, "This is a pretty good deal. Could it be that you are really placing your hopes on the Heavenly Dan landlord?" This fellow is not a good person. What makes us believe you? The middle-aged man asked. Of course, he did not completely trust the Heavenly Dan landlord, but he did not trust Qinxiang either. If you move the sword away, we can talk. Qinxiang said. The middle-aged man glanced at his sister, who nodded. He then waved his hand, and those few elders moved to protect the weak woman, and the people who surrounded Qinxiang retreated. Seeing that everyone had retreated, Qinxiang heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. It's really dangerous. First, you have to make us believe that Heavenly Dan landlord is unable to refine a pill spirit, and then you have to make us believe that you have a way to treat my sister. Otherwise, we will gift you to Heavenly Dan landlord. The middle-aged man sneered. You are indeed quite capable, but don't forget, you are weaker than us. The people of the ancient sword clan thought that Qinxiang had nowhere else to go, so they took the risk to look for them. You guys definitely won't give me to the Heavenly Dan landlord, Qinxiang said with complete certainty. Firstly, I am unable to prove that the Heavenly Dan landlord is unable to refine a pill spirit because I do not have any evidence. Also, I don't know about your sister's condition, so I can't guarantee that I can cure her. You. The middle-aged man was furious just as he was about to attack. Qinxiang suddenly opened his palm. There was a pale, golden crystal in his palm. It was a piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal, the one that was only the size of a thumb. Although the myriad Tao divine soil crystals were very strong, the people from the ancient sword clan could immediately recognize them. Seeing the myriad Tao divine soil crystals, their faces were all filled with shock. The divine swords they used could become very strong as long as a small amount of myriad Tao divine soil S were added. Myriad Tao divine soil S were very scarce, so they could only add a small amount of the divine swords, which were all added in on the second method. And above the myriad Tao divine soil, the myriad Tao divine soil crystals were the strongest. Even if there was only one, it was much stronger than many of the myriad Tao divine soil S. If you were to gift me to the Heavenly Dan landlord, you would definitely not receive such benefits. Qinxiang laughed. These are myriad Tao divine soil crystals. You are all sword users. You definitely understand the effect of adding one into the mix during the refining of the divine sword. Don't worry about where you obtained my myriad Tao divine soil crystals. In short, this will be used as a reward to repay you for helping me. If you're willing, we can sit down and have a good talk right now. Qinxiang could tell from their expressions just how precious this first fart myriad Tao divine soil crystal was to them. One must know that he was not lacking in this kind of thing. The woman nodded to her brother. Very quickly, there was a large table of food and wine. Qinxiang laughed heartily as he ate and drank. Just thinking about it made them feel intoxicated. To have such a human barged in, they had to treat him like an old man. When I save you, Iran, I do not need any of you to help. Qinxiang said, I only need you to arrange an ident. 1. Tie for me and let me sneak into the auction. If you agree, then this piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal will be yours. And if I successfully save you, Iran, I will give you 2 more. Qinxiang actually had another one. This made the people of the ancient sword clan extremely excited. This myriad Tao divine soil crystal was extremely important to them, because ever since the super young realm was separated from them back in the day, there had been very few myriad Tao divine soil crystals that appeared, let alone myriad Tao divine soil crystals. When the time comes, we will arrange something for you. Just because you are a human alchemist that we invited, but you need to disguise yourself. The middle-aged man thought for a bit and felt that this was not a difficult matter, because no matter what, they could get a piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal. If they were investigated, they would be able to clear up the relations. H, I, plus P. Previously, they did not know what kind of person Qinxiang was. Fine, I believe you. You guys will bring me out later. Then I will change my appearance outside and you can bring me in. That way I can partic. 1. P. 8 in the auction in name and reason. All right, when the time comes, I will reveal the secrets of the Heavenly Dan landlord. Do you have any objections? Chunxiang said, during the auction, some things would be auctioned, and Yu Iran would become a slave and become an auction item. Right now, Chunxiang did not know where Yu Iran was hiding, so he could only wait for the auction to start. No problem, it would be for the best if you could expose him, so that we won't be fooled by him. The middle-aged man said, By the way, what's the situation with your sister? I am an alchemist. You should all know that I am experienced in matters such as poison. Chunxiang looked at the frail-looking lady. It isn't a poison injury. The middle-aged man sighed. It's an innate disease caused by someone seriously injured the day after tomorrow. Why do you think she is the hope of your sword clan? Her situation shouldn't be simple. Can you explain it to me? Chunxiang said, Yu Iran is also an old alchemist who might have a way, and at that time I can also go with him. Her situation can only be cured with Sun Madness Fire S, and we heard that someone from the Divine Soil restricted area used the Tinder array some time ago. It's said that the Heavenly Dan landlord is using it, and many rumors say that the Heavenly Dan landlord has already produced Sun Madness Fire S. The middle-aged man said. Chunxiang couldn't help but laugh. Heavenly Dan landlord really knows how to brag. I use my head to guarantee that the Sun Madness Fire was not made by him. From what I know, after the opening of the Tinder array, the first people to go to Divine Soil restricted area are the people of Heaven Old Imperial Family, and they are unable to enter. The people who had activated the Tinder array were Chunxiang and Feng Kur. How could it be the Heavenly Dan landlord? C. 3212. C. 3212 Chunxiang felt that the lady must have some sort of secret on her body. He asked the middle-aged man about it just now, but didn't answer. I have a way to cure your sister. Chunxiang suddenly said, It will be very difficult, but at least I have a way to get hold of the Sun Madness Fire. You can get Sun Madness Fire? The middle-aged man was in disbelief and his face was filled with doubt. Yes, but this is too dangerous. I could easily lose my life. Chunxiang shook his head, so I don't know whether or not I should decide to get the Sun Madness Fire or not. What method? The middle-aged man asked anxiously. He started to believe in Chunxiang. You guys should know about the Divine Soil race, right? Chunxiang asked. Of course I know. The Divine Soil race was destroyed by the Heaven Old Imperial Family and sealed within the Divine Soil restricted area. The middle-aged man said. Chunxiang now knew that the Heaven Old Imperial Family did not tell the truth about the ancient super young divine altar to these people. It was most likely to trick them into charging into the Divine Soil restricted area to scout ahead. Has the Divine Soil race S of the Divine Soil race been S, NATC, head away by the Heaven Old Imperial Family? Chunxiang asked again. It's a well-known thing. The woman was also very curious and replied, Divine Soil race is different from the others. As long as there are enough wild source stone, we can make that super young divine altar condense a Sun Madness Fire. Chunxiang laughed. You should know that the Divine Soil race is being looked after by the super young old ancestor. That's why there are so many myriad Tao Divine Soil. If you want to make good use of these myriad Tao Divine Soil, then you must rely on the Sun Madness Fire. How do you know all this? The middle-aged man had a serious expression. Chunxiang was a human, but he knew things that even they, the super young divine race S, did not know. Chunxiang tossed the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystal in his hand over, then ate a large mouthful of food and tossed the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystal in his hand to the middle-aged man. When he caught the piece of myriad Tao Divine Soil crystal, his hands were still trembling. Chunxiang actually gave him the piece of myriad Tao Divine Soil crystal, just like that. The people from the Divine Soil race are not dead yet. The myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals in my hands were given to me by them. Chunxiang said, Divine Soil race and other super young divine race are different. They do not reject humans. so I can become friends with the divine earth. I can get the sun madness fire. That's because I have the ability to hide, and you all have seen it just now. I snuck in here a long time ago, but you all didn't notice it, so I think I can enter the heaven old imperial family to borrow super young divine alter S. But I will know about the specifics at that time. Chunxiang sighed. If I enter the heaven old imperial family, then it will definitely be very dangerous. And at that time I will also have to use the super young divine altar. The middle-aged man believed Chunxiang's nonsense and asked, "Do you know how to use that super young divine altar?" "My divine earth friend will teach me. He also wants me to go take a look at their super young divine altar." The middle-aged man returned the myriad Tao divine soil crystal in his hand to Chunxiang and said, "What request do you need for you to be willing to help us obtain the sun madness fire?" In order to save that girl, they actually didn't even want the myriad Tao divine soil crystals anymore. This showed just how important that girl was to them. "I just want to know about her. Why is she so important to your sword clan, the Bai clan?" Chunxiang just wanted to satisfy his curiosity. This caused the people from the ancient sword clan to look at each other in dismay. Chunxiang threw the myriad Tao divine soil crystal to the middle-aged man and laughed. "You should keep this stone. This is the deal we made earlier." The woman nodded to the man. She was too weak and did not want to speak like that. She only wanted to listen at the side, then indicated to her brother that he could tell Chunxiang about the matter. Chunxiang also wanted to build a good relations. HI plus P with the Bai family of the Sword Clan. In the future, he would need the Bai family to stir up trouble. After all, they could still be considered good people. The ancient Sword Clan is the only clan in Super Young Divine race that has been named after a weapon. Our Super Young Divine altar is also very special. It's a sword. Of course, this was created by imitating the ancient Super Young Divine altar. The ancient Super Young Divine altar has already been destroyed back then. I know about this part. The reason why my friend in Divine Soil race told me about it was mainly to deal with the Divine Soil race, and the ancient Super Young Divine altar in the Divine Soil race was also destroyed because they were cheated of their own accord. Chunxiang said. The middle-aged man nodded. He believed even more, so that Chunxiang had a friend from the Divine Soil race, because this sort of thing was a secret that only the upper echelons of the great Super Young Divine race S knew about. When we destroyed the ancient Super Young Divine altar, our Bai family's ancestor was opposed to it. However, because there were still a few other surnamed races in the ancient Sword Clan, they all supported destroying it. In the end, we, the ancestor of the Bai clan, were extremely helpless and could only join in the destruction. Otherwise, our Bai clan would have been rejected, which would have been extremely detrimental to our long-term development. The middle-aged man's face was filled with helplessness because he felt that there might be a secret method to condense sun madness fire in the ancient Super Young Divine altar. When the Bai clan ancestor was Partik, 1P, aiding in the destruction of the ancient Super Young Divine altar, he encountered a sudden situation. The instant the Super Young Divine altar was destroyed, he spat out a large amount of red and white blood. Our ancestor collapsed on the spot, his entire body cracked open, but he did not die, only suffering heavy injuries. After his injuries healed, he gave birth to another child. His name was Baiyang, and the people here are all descendants of Baiyang. Our ancestor, Baiyang, was born after his blood was splashed onto the ancient G.O.D. altar. That's why he inherited a bloodline called the Sun Sword Blood. After listening to his explanation, Chunxiang turned even more serious. According to his experience, he had already guessed what would happen next. It would be a good thing if the Sun Sword Blood were to awaken from the body of a man. The man who possesses the Sun Sword Blood is extremely powerful and can be considered a genius amongst geniuses. The middle-aged man was very excited about this. Almost every generation of our Bai family has people that can awaken sword blood, and all of them are men. Therefore, our Bai family is the strongest existence among the few surnamed races in the ancient Sword Clan. But in our generation, Sword blood has actually awakened in a woman's body, which means she's my sister. The excited look on the middle-aged man's face disappeared as a look of worry appeared on his face. Because a woman's physique is of the yin attribute and a sun's sword blood is extremely positive. Both of them are in conflict with each other. Unless we use a sun madness fire to refine my sister's body, then we can reverse her physique and allow her to fuse with the sword blood in her body. Our Bai family has flourished for many years, gathered countless resources, and gained great power. However, because of our weakness, not only did the other clan suppress us, even the other super young divine race have to do something to us. If no strong person appeared in our Bai family, we would be exterminated. Chun Xiang was extremely interested in that sword blood. He was wondering if he could take it out for research and use it for concocting pills. See 3213. See 3213 if you have read this chapter. Please move to 78. Small. Speak. Net/78. XSC 78 novels or 78XS. C0M. Please remember our new website 7/8/X/S. C0M. If you have read this chapter, please move to 78fiction_net/apps. Also, you can search for 78 novels or 78XS in Baidu. C0M. Please remember our new website 7/8/X/S/C0M. Chun Xiang was also a person who used the sword. He was very curious about the sword blood and continued to ask, "Is there anything special about this sword blood? To be able to make people with sword blood become so strong?" Just now, the middle-aged man had already said that among the Bai family, those who awakened sword blood would become extremely powerful. CRAP. The most peculiar thing about sword blood is that when you use the sword, it can produce a unique power. Furthermore, when you awaken the sword blood, you will also awaken a sword technique. As for what kind of sword technique it is, we do not know. The middle-aged man said. Chun Xiang had already stepped into the world-defying crazy realm, but he had previously used many of the techniques he used in battle, so he was a little unable to keep up with them. Although he could still release a lot of power, he was not able to truly dig out the power of the world-defying stage fierce power. For many years, he had been refining pills, and the cultivation techniques he practiced were mostly related to refining pills, so he had not paid much attention to cultivation techniques. Now he felt that he needed some powerful cultivation techniques in order to display his own strength. "Can you give me some sword blood?" Chun Xiang said. "Give me some sword blood. I will take it back to study it and see if the sun madness fire can really help you. It doesn't need too much, just half a bowl will do." Half a bowl of blood was relatively insufficient. Even if the woman was extremely weak, it was not a problem for her. Just like this, the Bai family gave half a bowl of blood to Chun Xiang, who was discussing the details of the cooperation with them. It was already night by the time they finished talking. The middle-aged man's name was Bai Shiming, and he was actually the Bai family's patriarch. His sister, who was also the weak girl, was called Bai Shualan, especially Bai Shualan. Even though the sword blood had unluckily appeared on her body, the elders in the clan hadn't scolded her and instead used a lot of energy to help her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lived until now. "Relax. I will help you as soon as possible." Chun Xiang and Bai Shiming had already arrived outside the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. Chun Xiang used transformation techniques and turned into a handsome man with a head of white hair. He was dressed in a white robe and looked very much like an expert. Bai Shiming had personally seen Chun Xiang's change in appearance, and he could not even see a single flaw in Chun Xiang's change in appearance. He was extremely shocked in his heart. "Call me Master Long." Chun Xiang randomly gave himself a name. "All right." Bai Shiming nodded, and then brought Chun Xiang to the entrance of the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. Because Bai Shiming's ident. 1. Tai was N. Blee and respected, it was very easy for the people he brought to enter Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. This way, Chun Xiang could have a jade plate that allowed him to enter and exit freely. Master Long, are you really confident? Bai Shiming brought Chun Xiang back to the big house where everyone else was already resting. Yes. Chun Xiang felt that as long as he could see Yue Ran, he had the confidence to save him. If you are not strong enough, I will help you, Bai Shiming said. Right now, he trusted Chun Xiang a lot, and if that Heavenly Dan landlord really couldn't release the Sun Madness fire, then Chun Xiang was their Bai family's only hope. Therefore, no matter what, they had to curry favor with Chun Xiang. Otherwise, their Bai family would be in danger. If it's necessary, I will say something. I'll go rest first. Chun Xiang entered the house, found a relatively quiet secret room, and then took out the sword blood that Bai Shualan had given him. The sword blood was very peculiar. Although it was dark red in color, it did not solidify for a long time, and there was even a very faint smell, neither fragrant nor fishy. The smell was like the morning forest, and after smelling it, it made one feel refreshed. Sword blood, I wonder if it can be SS produced? Chun Xiang took out a pill furnace and then placed a few sword blood in, and released a weak flame to be refined. During the process of burning, the tiny bit of sword blood gradually evaporated, turning into a dark red mist. It's just a few drops of sword blood, but they've actually turned into so much blood energy. Chun Xiang was astonished. This small amount of sword blood actually contained such a large amount of energy. At this time, he had put in more than half of the sword blood, and he only had half of them remaining. After putting it in the fire, he immediately used the weak Sun Madness fire to burn it. What he did not expect was that after the sword blood and the Sun Madness fire combined, the fire burned even more vigorously, and the blood also became denser. Bam! The pill furnace suddenly shook, and the sword blood that was frantically expanding suddenly exploded, turning into a thick blood mist that filled the entire pill furnace. Shaokur, quickly do it! Chun Xiang anxiously shouted. Feng Ku'er had been staring intently the entire time. Just as Chun Xiang finished shouting, she had already made her move, releasing a strong sealing force to suppress the clawing blood qi. Otherwise, she would be pulled out by the blood qi. It was extremely dangerous. Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief as he exclaimed in his heart, "This sword blood is really powerful." Feng Ku'er felt that the sword blood's blood essence was still struggling and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. If it can successfully condense a pill, then it would definitely be very powerful. The problem now is, if the Sun Madness fire were to encounter a sword blood, the situation would have happened. You should have seen it too, right? Chun Xiang said, "If we inject Sun Madness fire into Bai Shualan's body, she will be in great danger." This is indeed the case. Maybe it will be different after entering the human body. Feng Kute said, "Even though that situation is very scary, as you and I have seen, sword blood and Sun Madness fire confuse together, and the sword blood becomes even stronger under the Sun Madness fire's incineration. It's just that because you have too many Sun Madness fire and too few sword blood, it becomes extremely uneven, resulting in the explosion." Chun Xiang thought about it and felt that it made sense, then said, "I'll think about it after I settle the things inside the pill furnace." He condensed the sphere of blood energy into a crystal, but it was only as small as a grain of rice. I can only use the time domain. After Chun Xiang released the time domain, he used the derivative method on the rice-sized sword blood crystal. Because it was too small, he was unable to continue refining it and could only use it as a derivation. After he produced 9 smaller sword blood crystals, he went on a rampage. He had originally thought that these sword blood crystals were very small and wouldn't be a problem when they collided with each other, but he was wrong. During the collision, just now, he had almost damaged Feng Ku'er's mental state. This thing is too scary. Chun Xiang looked at the many tiny particles on his body, his forehead drenched with sweat. C-3214. C-3214, Chin, Xiang no longer dared to look at this kind of sun sword blood. It was simply terrifying. He was already in big trouble just now. If he did not control it in time, this mansion would probably be flattened. Fortunately, it was only a shock. Master Long, what's wrong? Bai Shiming knocked on Chen Xiang's door. The sound just now was coming from Chen Xiang's place, although it was not loud, but the people in the house were all experts, so they could feel it. I'm concocting pills. Something happened. Chen Xiang replied, There are no problems now. That's good. After Bai Shiming, Chen Xiang continued to refine sword blood S. He did not dare to use the crash method anymore, so he could only use the derivation method to gently improve his quality. After fusing all the fine crystals in the furnace together, he had grown a lot larger. However, he felt that it was still not enough and continued refining. After a few days, he used the derivation method several times, and the lump of crystal became much larger. In the end, he and Feng Kuo worked together to condense it into a pill. I wonder if there will be any effect if I eat it. Chen Xiang felt that the quality of the pills here were very high. After being refined using multiple derivation methods, the quality had increased by a lot. We'll know after we try. We shouldn't be able to eat the dead. Feng Kuo laughed. Then I'll try. Chen Xiang swallowed the pill, and his face suddenly changed, because a burning sensation erupted from his stomach, causing his entire body to become hot, his skin becoming completely red. Chen Xiang moaned in pain. This is really killing me, burning it from the inside. Fortunately, my physical body is strong enough. Otherwise, everything in my body would have turned into ashes. He was able to cultivate sun madness fire, so he had a strong resistance against fire. Otherwise, if anyone else were to eat it, they would instantly turn into ashes. When you refined this sword blood berserk pill, you used sun madness fire S. Furthermore, sword blood crystals have been frantically devouring sun madness fire S, and the inside of the sword blood itself already contains extremely strong sun madness fire S. After many more times of refining with your derivation, the quality of the sun madness fire S have also increased by a lot. Feng Kuo realized. Yes. Chen Xiang took a few deep breaths and continued to suppress the burning sensation in his body. How do you feel now? Feng Kuo asked. Is this pill useful? Yes, after the pill was refined within my body, it continued to emit a burning red liquid, just like volcanic magma. Chen Xiang said, That should definitely be a dense sword blood, replacing the blood in my body. Chen Xiang suddenly roared out, because the pellet in his body had gone out of control. A large amount of scorching sword blood S surged out and flowed into all parts of his body. Feng Kuo anxiously set up a sound isolating array, isolating himself from the sounds of Chen Xiang's secret room, so as to not alarm anyone else. Chen Xiang continuously roared. He had not experienced this kind of pain in a very long time. Fortunately, he was inside the time formation, so he had enough time to cultivate it. Although it was painful, he could continuously release energy to maintain the circulation of the time formation. Laid on the ground, panting, he had a feeling as if he had been reborn. Although he was in pain, it brought him a very strong power. Is this the power of a sword blood? Chen Xiang closed his eyes, and some sword moves kept on flash. Plussing through his mind. This was what Bai Shiming had done before, that he could awaken sword skills. Frenzy sword method. Chen Xiang opened his eyes and laughed. No wonder the Bai family is so strong. It turns out they have this kind of sword technique, and it is even used by the sword blood awakened ones. How powerful is it? Feng Kuo was extremely curious. The frenzy sword method can release the power of a sun madness fire. If you cultivate it to the peak, you can use this sword technique to condense a fire seed, and you can cultivate a sun madness fire. Chen Xiang said, This must be a secret of the Bai clan, but the Bai clan did not come out. They definitely won't come out. Feng Kuo laughed. You can even use sun madness fire, So the power of the sword technique shouldn't be much use towards you, right? No, it is still of great use, because this sword technique can display the full power of a sun madness fire and can increase it by several times or even dozens of times. If I do not have this sword technique, I can only use other techniques, but most of them can only display 2 to 3 times more. Qun Xiang said, although the meteor immortal power was strong, it was only for the kind of weak power from before, and the frenzy sword method was created for the world-defying stage fierce power and sun madness fire. As for who started it, Qun Xiang could guess that it must have been the super young old ancestor. This is really an amazing sword art. I need to practice it well, Qun Xiang said, but now is not the time. After all, I took her sword blood. I have to help her. Qun Xiang was someone who would repay favors and favors. He thought for a moment, then released a few of the sun madness fire S. He took out some other medicinal ingredients, and even some strong strength Dan S. If a large number of sun madness fire come into contact with the sword blood, they will erupt and their quality will improve, and they will erupt with a very strong power. If they are not controlled in time, their lives will be in danger. Qun Xiang said, so I plan to first let a bit of sun madness fire enter her body, and then observe her body. If there is any effect, I will refine a lot of these pills for her to eat on time. On one hand, strong strength Dan could replenish their world-defying stage fierce power and strengthen their body. On the other hand, it was very useful to the weak by Shuolan to refine a strand of sun madness fire into his strong strength Dan. Refining this kind of pill was extremely easy, because he already had the ability of a strong strength Dan. He only needed to focus on refining the world-defying stage fierce soul into the pill. In just half a day, he managed to refine more than 10 pills. All right, you can leave now. It should be morning by now. Kept the time domain and walked out of the secret room, entering the courtyard. And Bai Shuolan were present as well. He also saw a few elders pouring energy into Bai Shuolan's body, which could maintain Bai Shuolan's body and suppress the situation in her body. Master Long, what pill did you concoct last night? It caused such a stir. Bai Shiming was extremely curious. I might be able to use the pill again. Qun Xiang took out a strong strength Dan. When Bai Shiming and the other elders saw this, they frowned. Isn't that the strong strength Dan? Bai Shiming could recognize this pill. This is no ordinary strong strength Dan. Qun Xiang laughed, then handed it over to Bai Shuolan and said, try it. It might not have any effect on you. Bai Shiming didn't dare believe it, because no matter how he looked at it, it looked like a strong strength Dan. She had eaten quite a few strong strength Dan-s before, but Bai Shiming was still puzzled. I've Pa said, this is no ordinary strong strength Dan. Although it was only a tiny bit, it was able to change Bai Shuolan's current constant I, Tushin. C3215. C3215 Qun Xiang's body had undergone a huge change, but Bai Shiming and the others could not see it, and were fortunate that they were unable to do so if they knew that Qun Xiang suddenly had a sword blood, who knew what kind of expression they would have. Bai Shuolan rarely spoke, and she wanted to do so very much. It was just that because her body wasn't good, she would frequently be in an uncomfortable state, so she didn't even open her mouth to say anything. Bai Shuolan looked at Qun Xiang. At that moment Qun Xiang had already turned into a handsome young man with a head full of white hair, which made her feel extremely surprised. But Qun Xiang's outfit was indeed that of a master. Since she was young, she had frequently consumed all kinds of pills. She had even eaten all kinds that were poisonous, and although it had no effect, in order to cure her, she was not afraid of anything. After Qun Xiang saw that she had eaten, he stood at the side and observed her carefully, staring at her haggard but extremely beautiful face. Very quickly, Bai Shuolan's face changed. Previously, her face was pale, but now there was a tinge of blood on it. Bai Shiming saw it, and the other elders saw it too. They had tried various methods previously, but they just could not let Bai Shuolan's face turn red. Furthermore, Bai Shuolan's condition was worsening continuously. Now, they had only eaten the pellet Qin Xiang had refined, but it had actually undergone such a huge transformation. It was truly unbelievable. After a short while, a faint blush appeared on Bai Shuolan's beautiful face. Qin Xiang smiled, reached out to touch it, and said, Bai Shuolan's face became even redder after being touched by Qin Xiang. She slightly lowered her head and used her clear and pleasant voice to say, "Thank you, Dragon." Master Long. Bai Shiming now truly treated Qin Xiang as a master, and his face was filled with respect. Previously, they had used a lot of resources on the Super Yang realm, but they couldn't let Bai Shuolan have this kind of change. And now it was just a strong strength Dan that Qin Xiang had spent an entire night to refine, but such a huge transformation. He was truly impressed to the core. The other elders of the Bai family were also the same. They were clearly aware of Bai Shuolan's situation. "How did you do it?" Bai Shiming asked. "This is a type of energy that I condensed using the sun. I mulat it for many years. I mainly used it to strengthen my own flame." Qin Xiang said, "I felt that the energy I gathered would have the same effect as the sun madness fire, so I tried it out. I didn't expect it to actually work." Possessing a sun madness fire was a very important matter. Qin Xiang definitely could not tell anyone else. "Is there a lot of that energy?" Bai Shiming asked anxiously. "Not much." Qin Xiang shook his head. "But you don't have to worry. This will temporarily alleviate Bai Shuolan's situation. It's enough for me to refine dozens of pills." Qin Xiang took out more than 10 pills and said, "Every morning, just take one, and after 10 days I will see how the situation is. At that time, I will not guarantee that your body will recover, and then you can try to use Sword Blood's power to change your physique." I guess this kind of energy is similar to the sun madness fires. However, because you were born a girl and your body was unable to restrain this kind of yang energy, your body was born a very weak one, unable to cultivate. Now that I am able to temporarily improve the condition of your body, I can give you the chance to cultivate and control the sword blood. Qin Xiang's face was stern. What he said was not a lie. Once you can successfully control the sword blood, you might not need the sun madness fire anymore. The energy of those sword blood is as powerful as the sun madness fire. After he said those words, Bai Shiming and the other elders were even more shocked. They knew that people who owned sword blood could release sun madness fire S or even cultivate sun madness fire S after cultivating the sword techniques. They never thought that Qin Xiang, who looked so young, would actually be so powerful, worthy of the Tea of Master. Now, they understood why the Heavenly Dan landlord was trying so hard to catch Qin Xiang, and why Qin Xiang was able to win the spirit pellet from this place. As for how she will cultivate and control the sword blood after she recovers, that will depend on you. I believe your Bai clan definitely has some methods related to it. Qin Xiang said. Bai Shiming nodded. "Thank you, Master." Qin Xiang smiled faintly. "You don't have to be so polite. In fact, if I can resolve this situation, it will be a challenge to me personally. I like challenging these kinds of difficult problems the most. If successful, I can also accumulate experience in this area, which will be of great help to me in refining pills in the future." Bai Shiming and the other elders looked at each other. They did not know what discussions they had in the past, but Qin Xiang was curious. It was not appropriate for him to ask. "I'll go out for a walk and check out the situation." Qin Xiang said. After Qin Xiang left, Bai Shiming said, "Although his pill techniques are powerful, his cultivation is still weak, and is only at the early stage of the world-defying crazy realm. Even at the late stage, if he wants to save you, Iran, he will definitely be in danger. I think we should help him." Brother, the alchemist who had a good relations, H.I.+P with our Bai family, previously did not dare to interact with us anymore because he was forced by other families. However, Qin Xiang's alchemist is an outstanding alchemist. Qin Xiang had helped her, so of course she had to help Qin Xiang. Since all of you have already decided on this, then let's discuss this properly. When the time comes, we should also help him save you, Iran. It's just that we don't know what his plan is right now. Does he want to rob you, Iran, when he appears? If that's the case, it would be very convenient for us to take action. At that time, we might have to put our lives on the line in order to bring Qin Xiang and you, Iran, away. An old man said, "How about we use a more gentle method, such as buying you, Iran, and using up all of our Bai family's wealth?" Bai Shiming said, "If little sister is able to successfully control the sword blood, even if our Bai family is temporarily destroyed, we will be able to rebuild it in the future." The other old men all nodded. Bai Shiming's way was to ensure that no one sacrificed their lives. Qin Xiang was wandering outside. He could guess that the Bai clan was definitely discussing how to help him save you, Iran. But he already had a plan, so when the time came he would use his own, although he did not know if it would work. If not, he could get the Bai clan to help him, which would be much safer. C. 32:16. C. 32:16. After Qin Xiang walked around outside, he was suddenly filled with admiration for the Heavenly Dan landlord. Many people actually believed in him because of this big scheme, and many people believed that the Heavenly Dan landlord was the strongest alchemist in the world. Qin Xiang's main goal was to save you, Iran. He really wanted to expose the Heavenly Dan landlord, the bragging king, and he couldn't watch any longer. If it was possible, he would definitely not let the Heavenly Dan landlord off at that time. Table of contents. I can't let this guy continue being C. Oh, C. Kentucky. Qin Xiang really hated the Heavenly Dan landlord. If the Heavenly Dan landlord didn't take you, you ran away, he wouldn't have such a thing to do. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dan landlord was not aiming at you, Iran, but at him. The Heavenly Dan landlord was extremely jealous that he obtained the pill spirit. After Qin Xiang went back, Bai Shiming quickly went to look for Qin Xiang and entered his secret room. "My sister's condition is much better." Bai Shiming laughed. "This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, my sister would never be as happy as she is today." "You're welcome." Qin Xiang laughed. "When she is completely recovered, it won't be too late to thank me again." "Dragon!" "Qin Xiang, I will tell you the truth. You are powerful when you concoct pills, but your current cultivation is not high. You should be clear about this. If you are the only one with that power, then it will be very difficult to save you, Iran. I have discussed it with the elders within the clan. This was also to rope Qin Xiang in. Furthermore, he did not want anything to happen to Qin Xiang, because he needed Qin Xiang to help him out in the future, since he had not completely recovered yet. I have my own plans, and I'm not planning to rob you." Qin Xiang said, "Of course, the details can only be implemented at that time." "How about this? We're also prepared. If you can't handle it, we'll help you." Bai Shiming said, "Even so, we still have 2 things to prepare. There's no mistake." "Very well. At that time, if it is not possible, I will inform all of you. I shall thank you here first." Qin Xiang said, with the help of the Bai clan, he could relax a lot. At the very least, after his plan failed, there would still be the Bai clan. 2 days had said, and the auction was held as scheduled. Bai Shualan's complexion was much better now, and could no longer see how weak her state was before. She had been skipping in the courtyard for 2 days, and she had already started cultivating. Qin Xiang never thought that his own strong strength Dan would have such an effect. Bai Shualan had only taken 3 pills, and he had already recovered so well. There were a lot of people in the auction, but Bai Shualan did not come. It was because Bai Shiming did not want others to know that she was getting better. Bai Shualan was extremely important to the Bai clan. If the hostile forces of the Bai clan knew about this, they would not hesitate to take action against Bai Shualan, and the Bai clan had already made a decision. After they returned, they would make the Bai clan stay low profile for a period of time, or even hide themselves. Once Bai Shualan became strong, their Bai clan would come back again and kill all the people who had bullied them back then. Qin Xiang, Bai Shiming, and a few other elders had only come here, The auction was only a part of the gathering. Many people did not come, because the things that were being auctioned were already not suitable for them. The auction had already started. The people who were auctioning were mainly the pills. Since this was the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa, all of these pills were taken out by the Heavenly Dan landlord to be auctioned. It was just that Chen Xiang did not expect that it would be used in the auction with the myriad Tao divine soil as the currency. When we were in the Super Yang realm, we did the same thing. We used the myriad Tao divine soil to buy precious things. Bai Shiming said, "It's just that the items auctioned are not considered rare." Chen Xiang nodded his head. The pill that he had just sold could only be sold for 2 or 3 taels of myriad Tao divine soil. If it was something good, he would be able to compete for a few dozen taels of silver. But this kind of situation was extremely rare. Chen Xiang felt that if he tried, he would definitely be able to buy Yu Iran. But he didn't want Heavenly Dan landlord to have so many myriad Tao divine soil. So he had to think of another way. The next item we are auctioning is the same person. I believe everyone should already know about it. Heavenly Dan landlord, who was suddenly on stage, shouted. When the crowd saw him on stage, they all applauded and cheered. When Chen Xiang saw this face, a wave of disgust arose in his heart. He really wanted to walk forward and ruthlessly stomp on her. Yu Iran had already been dragged out. When Chen Xiang saw Yu Iran, his body trembled slightly. Although this Yu Iran was once a highly respected alchemist, he joined hands with a human to obtain the pill spirit that I refined. He cheated during the compet. 1. Tie-in and used unfair means to obtain my pill spirit. Luckily, I found out later on and caught him. Everyone here knew what level Yu Iran was at. This was a very strong alchemist. And after they bought it, they would even be able to give them instructions. It was definitely worth buying. What's your plan? Bai Shiming whispered to Chen Xiang. Wait. Chen Xiang was still considering. Yu Iran was placed on an array disc, trapped by the strong array disc, unable to come out, but Chen Xiang was not worried. He felt that he would definitely be able to get Yu Iran out. The Heavenly Dan landlord laughed. Yu Iran starting price, ha? 10 taels of myriad Tao divine soil. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Xiang stood up and said, Heavenly Dan landlord, I'm getting a little impatient. Can you hurry up and auction your spirit pellet? Bai Shiming was startled, but he did not know what Chen Xiang was planning. Seeing Chen Xiang's attire, the Heavenly Dan landlord did not dare look at him and smiled. Please wait. I'm impatient. Chen Xiang finished and took out a big bag filled with myriad Tao divine soil. When everyone saw it, they were shocked. This number of myriad Tao divine soil S made many of the super young divine race present extremely jealous. The myriad Tao divine soil in Chen Xiang's hands weighed more than a few dozen kilograms. That was a few hundred taels. The families of the super young divine race that were present had at most 100 taels of silver. But this mysterious person had so many myriad Tao divine soil less in his hands. Heavenly Dan landlord was ecstatic, and he chuckled. Since that's the case, then I will change it temporarily and auction the pill spirit first. He also needed myriad Tao divine soil very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held this kind of auction, and even more so, wouldn't have lied and tricked so many families from super young divine race. Heavenly Dan landlord, how about this? When we auction the pill spirit, add Yu Iran in as well. Whoever buys the pill spirit will get Yu Iran. Chen Xiang said, See 3217. See 3217 popular recommendation. Seeing that Chen Xiang had so many myriad Tao divine soil, Heavenly Dan landlord immediately nodded his head and laughed. All right, let's sell it together. He also felt that this was a good idea. In this way, it would be even more attractive, and it would be equivalent to buying a pill spirit to send to a servant for pill forging. This is the pill spirit, the fierce transformation, Dan spirit. The Heavenly Dan landlord said, since the Huaquan Dan were able to refine it, everyone should have a good understanding of it. The Heavenly Dan landlord himself had a fierce transformation Dan spirit. He had shown it to everyone before. Chun Xiang asked, "Heavenly Dan, landlord, do you have any way to prove this pill spirit is real?" When Chun Xiang saw this pill spirit, he was extremely happy. However, he did not expect that Heavenly Dan landlord would actually bring out a fake pill spirit, which he could immediately see through. This was because when he used the Tao Heart eye to check, he couldn't see anything. If it was a real pill spirit, he could directly use the Tao Heart eye to see a ball of golden mist. Chun Xiang guessed that this Heavenly Dan landlord must have left just because he wanted to obtain a ticket back. If he obtained a large number of myriad Tao divine soil, and adding his current strength, he would be able to survive if he went over the myriad Tao. Seeing Chun Xiang's question, Heavenly Dan landlord laughed. "My Heavenly Dan landlord never lies. How do I prove it?" "Ow. I still don't have a good idea, but I can guarantee that this pill spirit is real. All right, let's begin." Chun Xiang did not continue the investigation, which made the Heavenly Dan landlord heave a sigh of relief. Heavenly Dan landlord personally hosting the auction, he shouted, "Now you can bid. The highest bidder will bid." Chun Xiang immediately shouted, "I will leave the myriad Tao divine soil less for 100. When the crowd saw his tone, they knew that he was determined to win. The people who wanted to bid immediately gave up. No matter what, they would not be able to compete with him. Of course, they also wanted to make a malicious bid to let Chun Xiang have a bit more myriad Tao divine soil. But they did not dare because they were worried that if Chun Xiang suddenly did not want it, they would not be able to take responsibility for it. If it was before, Heavenly Dan landlord would definitely feel that these 100 or so myriad Tao divine soilless were very satisfied. But when he saw that Chun Xiang had quite a few myriad Tao divine soilless in his hands, he felt that it was not enough. 110 taels. An old man shouted. 150. Chun Xiang very generously increased the bid, causing everyone to take a deep breath. It could be seen how much this person hoped to obtain a pill spirit. 160. The old man shouted. 200. Chun Xiang did not even blink. At this time, the Heavenly Dan landlord did not dare to continue raising the price. He immediately had the old man stop. He was afraid that he would scare Chun Xiang away. At that time, they would miss this chance, and the losses would not even be worth it. "All right, it's yours now." Heavenly Dan landlord waited for a while, but before he could make another bid, he shouted loudly. Chun Xiang anxiously walked up and released the 6 realms mirrors. Seeing this, Heavenly Dan landlord's face was full of shock and asked, "What are you doing?" "This is the myriad Tao divine soil. Take it." Chun Xiang Pa S said 200 myriad Tao divine soilless to the Heavenly Dan landlord. He did not know what Chun Xiang wanted to do, and he was a little worried at this moment. This was because his spirit pellet was fake, and Chun Xiang was able to take out so many myriad Tao divine soilless. He was definitely not an ordinary person. "Is this myriad Tao divine soil for real?" Chun Xiang asked. "It's true." Heavenly Dan landlord had also seen myriad Tao divine soil before. "All right, you can give me the pill spirit now." Chun Xiang said. The Heavenly Dan landlord gave the pill spirit to Chun Xiang and laughed. "You are really cautious, afraid that people will try to steal it. That's why I sent out an array disc, creating a strong barrier to protect you." After Chun Xiang received the pill spirit, he smiled slightly. "Not bad. This person is mine, right?" Chun Xiang looked at Yue Ran and said, "Take it away." The Heavenly Dan landlord laughed. "Do you want me to help you get the master-servant contract?" "No need." After Chun Xiang finished speaking, he immediately kept Yue Ran inside the Yao Mountain Villa. Just as Heavenly Dan landlord heaved a sigh of relief, Chun Xiang asked again, "How do I use this pill spirit?" "I'm going to use it here. I hope you won't lie to me." Heavenly Dan landlord felt a chill run down his spine. This pill spirit was fake. If he used it on the spot, it would definitely be exposed. Bai Shiming, who was watching from below, suddenly understood Chun Xiang's plan. Previously, Chen Xiang had asked Heavenly Dan landlord whether this pill spirit was real, and if he could use it on the spot. It was clear that Chen Xiang had already determined that the pill spirit was fake. If the Heavenly Dan landlord was exposed here, then the Heavenly Dan landlord would not be able to take away the myriad Tao divine soil. Heavenly Dan landlord was already trapped inside the barrier by Qin Xiang, and it wasn't easy for him to escape, but Qin Xiang had already walked out of the barrier. Heavenly Dan landlord tried to break through the barrier, but he found that it was too strong, and he couldn't break through it at all. Tell me quickly. I already gave the myriad Tao divine soil to you. Qin Xiang said, I am going to use this pill spirit now, and I do not wish it to be fake. Please forgive me for using this method, because I have a problem with not trusting anyone. Heavenly Dan, landlord, trembled again. If he was found out that this pill spirit was fake, he would be done for, but he was trapped inside Chen Xiang's array disc, so only the person who used the array disc to break it would be able to, and if he forced it open, the people inside would be severely injured. Inside the Yao Mountain Villa, Chen Xiang had already released Iran, but he was safe and sound. He knew that the person who had saved him was Qin Xiang, and now he understood Qin Xiang's plan. Use your blood to permeate the blood into the pill spirit and form a baby inside the pill spirit. An old man at the auction said. This was the method to use a pill spirit, and the old alchemist knew it. Thank you. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he immediately poured his blood into the pill spirit. At this moment, everyone was looking carefully. Being able to see someone using a pill spirit was also a very rare thing. Everyone was also very curious about the birth of a pill spirit. However, just as Qin Xiang was about to inject his blood, the pill spirit suddenly cracked and fell to the ground. When everyone saw the fragments, they all turned pale with fright. All of them frowned when they saw the transparent crystal core, because it was a very common material. The people here were all sly foxes. When they saw those crystals, they immediately realized that this pill spirit was fake. Thinking back to Heavenly Dan landlord's various bragging, they suddenly realized that this Heavenly Dan landlord was a big liar. This is fake. Qin Xiang was instantly enraged and coldly said to the Heavenly Dan landlord, You're a good Heavenly Dan landlord. You're actually a scammer. Quickly give the myriad Tao divine soil back to me. Initially, everything was going smoothly, but unexpectedly, they met with such a thorn in their side. See 3218. See 3218. Those who wanted to buy a pill spirit felt their backs turn cold. If they bought it and found out that it was fake when they used it, Heavenly Dan landlord would definitely refuse to admit it when they visit him. Furthermore, with the prestige of the Heavenly Dan landlord, they would definitely not dare to offend him. So in the end, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Heavenly Dan landlord, give us an explanation. An old man shouted, You actually used fake goods to deceive us. If you don't make things clear, don't blame us for this. The feeling of being tricked was not good. Everyone present was very angry. Many people were secretly blaming themselves for being careless. They had almost been deceived, and now they understood that the person who possessed so many myriad Tao divine soilless was not stupid like them. If he was stupid, there wouldn't be so many myriad Tao divine soilless. He changed the contract. Heavenly Dan, landlord, said angrily, Just what kind of ulterior motive do you have for using such despicable methods to slander me? The Heavenly Dan, landlord, was furious. He was still continuously attacking the barrier, but to no avail. The array formation released by Qin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors was extremely strong. It had all been modified by Feng Ku'er. Humph! Qin Xiang merely snorted, whether or not I switched it or not. Everyone can see that. You better not admit it, or else if you give the myriad Tao divine soil back to me, I can let bygones be bygones. Heavenly Dan, landlord, sneered. Your technique is so profound, of course no one present could tell that I had personally refined the pill spirit myself. I have a pill spirit, he's right there. All right, if you are able to refine a pill on the spot, it would be my fault. Furthermore, I will give you 200 more myriad Tao divine soil less as compensation. Chun Xiang said in a cold voice, if you are unable to refine it, then I will kill you. At most, I won't take the myriad Tao divine soil in your hands anymore. Chun Xiang did not lack that little bit of myriad Tao divine soil. If he could kill this heavenly Dan landlord, wasting that little bit of myriad Tao divine soil would not mean anything to him. Heavenly Dan landlord was shocked. He never thought that Chun Xiang would actually be so ruthless. You, pale spirit, is not something that can be refined so easily. Heavenly Dan landlord bellowed. Do you think alchemy is easy to refine? It's impossible to refine it in a few hundred years. You actually harmed me in such a way. What kind of grudge do I have with you? I will need 500 years to refine a pale spirit. Can everyone here afford to wait? Can you afford to wait? I am willing to refine it, but no one is willing to wait. Chun Xiang and Heavenly Dan landlord had a huge grudge, but he would not admit his item. One tie here. I have the time array, so I can shorten the time needed to go out. It will only take around 7 to 8 days for 500 years to pass S inside the formation plate. Chun Xiang said, 7 or 8 days. Everyone can still afford to wait. Bai Shiming shouted, Heavenly Dan landlord, just concoct then. I'm already willing to waste a lot of resources to open the time array. And you also said that you are willing to concoct it for 7 or 8 days. We can all wait. Everyone nodded their heads. To them, 7 or 8 days was nothing. What they were more concerned about was that Chun Xiang really wanted to use the time array. Are you ready? Chun Xiang looked at Heavenly Dan landlord and laughed coldly. Heavenly Dan landlord kept on cursing in his heart. He really did not know why he would meet such a person, but he could not blame others for it. After all, he was the one who was selling fake elixirs, and he himself did not know how to refine them. If you still don't return the myriad Tao divine soil to me, don't blame me for killing you. Chun Xiang's voice was filled with killing intent. He then took out a shovel. When Refiner saw his shovel, he shouted in shock. The shovel in his hand was crafted by myriad Tao divine soil. When the crowd heard this, they burst into an uproar. Someone had actually used the myriad Tao divine soil to refine such a shovel. Bai Shiming and a few other elders of the Bai family knew that Chun Xiang even had myriad Tao divine soil crystals, so he definitely had a lot of myriad Tao divine soil S. I will do it dozens of times. If you don't give me a shovel, I will kill you. Chun Xiang held the spade tightly. He felt that this spade would not kill Heavenly Dan landlord. It would take him at least 3 or 4 times. Heavenly Dan landlord was so angry that the muscles on his face twitched. He, a dignified Heavenly Dan landlord, actually died under a shovel? Consider it my bad luck. I'll return it to you. Heavenly Dan landlord took out the myriad Tao divine soil and said, as long as I return the myriad Tao divine soil to you, you won't kill me. This is what you said, right? Yes, I promised you in front of so many people. You can rest assured. Chun Xiang said with a serious face. Everyone heard. If he attacks my Heavenly Dan mountain villas, people will not let you go. Heavenly Dan landlord looked at the elders at the side. All of them were powerful, but Chun Xiang was not afraid at all. The Heavenly Dan landlord said the myriad Tao divine soil over to Chun Xiang, and when Chun Xiang received it, he smiled sinisterly, causing his entire body to tremble. Hurry up and remove the formation plate. Heavenly Dan landlord anxiously shouted. Also, return Yu Iran to me. We have not succeeded in this transaction, and Yu Iran is also within the transaction range. I have already returned him to your myriad Tao divine soil, so you must return the slave back to me. As you Wisconsin H. Plus, Chun Xiang released Yu Iran, who was holding onto a shovel, the kind that was refined using the myriad Tao divine soil. Yu Iran entered the enchantment, immediately waved the shovel in his hand, and quickly attacked the groundless lord. Yu Iran had been holding back his anger for a long time, and now that he had the chance to take action, he was risking his life. Heavenly Dan Landlord never thought that Chun Xiang would actually return Yu Iran to him like this, and even gave him a weapon that was refined by myriad Tao divine soil. Yu Iran was originally very strong, and with the weapons refined by the myriad Tao divine soil in his hands, he could become even more powerful. Just as Heavenly Dan Landlord took out a sword to block, he was interrupted by Yu Iran. B-A-S-T-A-R-D go to H-E-L-L. The spade in Yu Iran's hand swept through everything, and a good piece of meat was already dug out. Heavenly Dan Landlord's body was already covered in wounds. You all. Heavenly Dan Landlord suddenly felt that Yu Iran and Chun Xiang knew each other, and when he wanted to say it out, Yu Iran had already swung the shovel in his hand and cut off Heavenly Dan Landlord's neck. Heavenly Dan Landlord died under a shovel in the end. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They were all very strong, just like Yu Iran, but the battle ended so quickly, and Heavenly Dan Landlord did not even release his strength, and he died by the blade. I promised not to kill him. I've already done it. Chun Xiang snorted, looked at the few elders who wanted to take action. He kept the array disc, and Yu Iran was already behind him. Everyone was afraid of the spade that was still bleeding. It was crafted by the myriad Tao divine soil, and was many times stronger than the beautiful divine weapons in their hands. C-3219. C-3219 Redx recommended. After the Heavenly Dan Landlord was destroyed, the experts of the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa did not dare to act rashly, because they all thought that Chun Xiang was extremely strong, otherwise they would not have been able to have so many of them, be it in the Heaven Old Super Realm or the Super Yang Realm. No one had ever used the myriad Tao divine soil to create a shovel. No one had ever owned so many myriad Tao divine soil. Chun Xiang returned to Bai Shiming's side and then left with him. No one here knew Chun Xiang, but there were many who knew him, and among them were Bai Shiming's enemies. When they saw that Bai Shiming was together with such a mysterious and powerful person, they couldn't help but start to worry secretly, because Chun Xiang had a large number of myriad Tao divine soil in his hands. Just now, everyone had seen that Yu Iran's shovel could easily destroy the world-defying stage fierce powers protective S, H-I, plus ELD on the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa sword. If he was in a battle, it would be extremely dangerous for him to not have enough power to defend against the divine weapons forged by the myriad Tao divine soil. After Chun Xiang and Bai Shiming returned, Bai Shiming immediately gathered all the people and prepared to leave the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. We have already received a lot of attention. We need to quickly leave the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. Bai Shiming was extremely vigilant because when he left the auction place, he saw that many of his enemies were staring at him. Seeing that he knew such a strong person, their enemies would definitely be very uneasy. They might even make a move. He did not want to implicate Chun Xiang. The matter of Chun Xiang entering the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa was settled, and Yu Iran was saved without a hitch. The Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa also died. Of course, he had also gained a lot from this trip. Do you want to return to the Super Yang realm? Chun Xiang asked. That's the place we're most familiar with. Of course, we have to go back. Bai Shiming said, My sister's condition has greatly improved. There are a few strong strength Dan here that I refined in the past 2 days. Chun Xiang gave him another 100 pills and said, This should be enough for her to recover. The rest is up to you guys. Many thanks. Bai Shiming was extremely grateful. Not only did Chun Xiang give him over 100 of those strong strength Dan, he also gave him a piece of myriad Tao divine soil crystal. There's no need to be so polite. See you again. Chun Xiang was the first to leave Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. He was also very eye-catching, since he had many myriad Tao divine soilless at his disposal. Walking out of the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa, Chun Xiang saw more than 10 people following him. He sneered on the inside, then teleported away. It shouldn't be long before the Bai family can rise to prominence again. According to the power of the frenzy sword method, the Bai family only needs one person who possesses a sword blood to dominate the entire Super Yang realm. After coming out, Yue Ran said that he had other things to do and left on his own. Chen Xiang, on the other hand, had returned to the Divine Soil restricted area. Chen Xiang had already entered the Divine Soil restricted area, so he didn't need to be so alert. It would be much safer inside. Inside the Sunji D forest, Chen Xiang came to the middle region where the Super Yang Divine Altar was. It was currently very hot here because the Spirit of Divine Altar was currently releasing flames to refine weapons. "How's the progress of my heavenly magic sword?" Chen Xiang asked. This was a weapon that he liked very much. Although he had refined it many times, he still liked to use this name. It's about time. Spirit of Divine Altar is really powerful. If it was me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to complete it in such a short period of time. Qin Kai said. Chun Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and the Tianchuang furnace and said, "There are still 2 things here that you need to refine from the start." The Spirit of Divine Altar snorted. "You rascal, can't you let us rest?" "You want to rest even with such PPY stone." Chun Xiang laughed and then took out 9 Crystal Emperor-S. Spirit of Divine Altar never thought that Qin Xiang would have so many Crystal Emperor in his hands. "Brat, you are defying the heavens. You plan to use so many Crystal Emperor to refine divine weapons." Spirit of Divine Altar was very surprised. "Yes, you too have to help me refine these 2 things again. And one of the most important is this mirror. While you guys are refining, you can't make any big changes to the inside. I just need to increase the strength of this mirror and use 6 Crystal Empress to make it." Qin Xiang said very seriously. 6 realms mirrors were extremely useful. They could be used to support alchemy, to protect themselves, to counter enemies, to ride and fly, to find some old friends, and to set up all sorts of powerful formations. He had even wanted to use 9 Crystal Empress to refine them, but he was worried that there would be a great deal of difficulty in refining them. Hence the difficulty was reduced to 6. Chen Kai didn't have any problems with that, because he had always liked refining and using such high-grade materials to refine. The Crystal Emperor-S with myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals were extremely rare and valuable refining materials, and not everyone would have the chance to refine so many Crystal Emperor. Okay, anyway, I want to see how powerful the things refined with 6 Crystal Emperor are. The Spirit of Divine Altar itself was refined using the myriad Tao Divine Soil crystals and Crystal Emperor. Spirit of Divine Altar. Have you heard of the Sun Sword Blood? Chun Xiang felt that the Spirit of Divine Altar would definitely know. Of course I've heard of it. The Sun Sword Blood is actually the so-called Super Yang Divine Race's Berserk Battle Bloodline. Spirit of Divine Altar said, this kind of bloodline is extremely rare, and Super Yang Old Ancestor himself also possessed this bloodline back then. It is possible that Super Yang Old Ancestor sealed this bloodline in order to allow the 9 great Super Yang Divine Race to balance out this bloodline, so it did not appear again afterwards. Have you ever seen this kind of sword blood? Chun Xiang asked again, but the Spirit of Divine Altar was actually unable to tell that he had already grasped the sword blood. Of course I've seen it before. I was refined and created by the Super Yang Old Ancestor, so I have seen the berserk state that the Super Yang Old Ancestor is in. That is very scary. Spirit of Divine Altar suddenly felt very suspicious. Hey, how did you know about this? Not many people seem to know about the sword blood, so even if there were, they would already be dead. You're wrong. The sword blood has already been said down, and I've even met them. Chan Xiang laughed mischievously. What strange is that following the sword blood's inheritance, there's actually still those 3 frenzy sword methods that were obtained along with the sword blood's awakening. What? Where did you see it? Spirit of Divine Altar was surprised. She almost ran out and asked Qin Xiang, a descendant of the sword clans by clan, and one that belongs to a woman. Qin Xiang said, "On a woman. Wasn't this girl destroyed? However, if they use Sun Madness Fire S to transform it, however, it's not a problem with your physique. Did you help them?" The Spirit of Divine Altar said. Qin Xiang told Spirit of Divine Altar about the Bai family situation. Spirit of Divine Altar also felt that he could help the Bai family because if the Bai family rises again in the future, they would have a very strong ally. See 3220. C3220 Qin Kai was very serious about refining Qin Xiang's heavenly magic sword. His furnace had been injected with a large number of violent sun madness fire, and it was unknown what method Spirit of Divine Altar used to allow Qin Kai to easily control his sun madness fire. When he heard about the sword blood, he was very curious and said, "I also know a bit about the sword clan by clan from my inheritance. I heard that those who possess sword blood all use their own sword blood to forge swords. The reason they are strong is not just because they have mastered frenzy sword method, because the strength of the sunblood sword that they forged using sword blood is comparable to a myriad Tao divine soil crystal. As for the process, I am not too sure. In short, it is from my memory." The Spirit of Divine Altar sighed. "I never thought that the super young old ancestors' sword blood still survived. Many things were completely different from what the super young old ancestor had expected." Qin Kai laughed. Super young old ancestor has underestimated his own descendant. After all, he more or less does have a little of his very arrogant bloodline, which is why it has exceeded his control. At that time, the super young old ancestor did everything possible to stop his descendants from fighting within the super young old ancestor. Even if it was an internal conflict, it couldn't be an internal conflict in the end. And in the end, the Heaven Old divine race was still the strongest within the Heaven Old super realm. For the time being, Qin Xiang had kept the fact that he had a sword blood a secret. He more or less did not want to tell anyone else about it, because he himself felt that it was a very important matter. In order to refine his own things better, Qin Xiang had used the time domain on the Spirit of Divine Altar and Qin Kai. Qin Kai started to refine his 6 realms mirrors. It was extremely difficult to refine it. It was not easy to melt 6 crystal empress, and he had to duplicate all of their spirit grayness on top of them. There were a lot of spirit grain above the 6 realms mirrors. Feng Ku'er had said before, there are at least 1 million of them. That was why there were so many different kinds of spirit grain. Since he was refining them now, he would definitely have to copy the other parts of the spirit grain and then fuse with the important artifact, spirit, inside the 6 realms mirrors. There were already a variety of things that required a lot of time. At the same time as Qin Xiang performed the time domain, he was also learning that there were many good sword techniques inside that could release very strong sun madness fire S, which could allow him to unleash a very strong power in battle. "My hands are really itchy." Qin Xiang looked at the sword techniques inside. He really wanted to try, but he could not do it now. At this time, the Meijing sisters within the Yu Yao mountain villa had already successfully stepped into the world-defying crazy realm. Among them, only one would have stepped into the world-defying crazy realm. The world-defying stage Fierce Soul that Jiang Sime was looking for also came from the world-defying stage Soul River S of the 3rd floor. It was a world-defying stage Fierce Soul that possessed the power of regeneration, so it was suitable for them. Outside of Divine Soil restricted area was a large group of people, all of them coming from the super young divine race and the super young divine race's venerable family. According to us, using a secret technique, the final location of the Great Master Long is here, although it is very blurry, but he should be suspicious there. A black-robed old man sneered. "I really didn't expect that the people from the Divine Soil race would be so arrogant." Humph, the myriad Tao divine soil inside should have been divided equally, but they took it over themselves. They even said that the super young old ancestor let them guard it all those years ago, and now they are actually using it to make shovels. We must charge in and take back what belongs to us. The divine soil restricted area's defense is getting stronger and stronger. Why does the H, EL, L is this? Could it be that the ancient super young divine altar has recovered? It's extremely possible. If it's really like this, then we'll have to trouble you. If the Gu super young divine altar is here, then we have no hope at all. This group of people all wanted to get the myriad Tao divine soil. They knew that there were a lot of myriad Tao divine soil inside, but they couldn't go in now. Heaven Old Emperor looked at the crowd and said, "All these years is the only thing you guys have been able to do? Are you afraid of a barrier like this? You still want to get a myriad Tao divine soil? If our Heaven Old Imperial family is able to enter, then don't ask us too much about our myriad Tao divine soil S. You all. Do you have a way?" The various families of the Super Yang realm were all very worried. If the Heaven Old Imperial family could enter, they could only do so in a hurry. The Heaven Old Imperial family had been on this land for many years, so they must have researched it thoroughly. It was possible for them to break the enchantment around the divine soil restricted area. Seeing this group of people's face filled with worry, Heaven Old Emperor could not help but sneer. Back then, it was the Heaven Old Imperial family that annihilated the entire divine soil race, so they were extremely powerful, but it was only because they neglected it that the divine soil race came back to life. Actually, this was mainly because they did not expect an anomaly like Qin Xiang to appear. "Of course we have a way," the Heaven Old Emperor said. "However, you must find out who is the master of this Heaven Old Super Realm. Don't think that just because the two realms have merged together, you all have the qualifications to compete for this land." Heaven Old Emperor had dominated Heaven Old Super Realm for so many years, yet there suddenly appeared a few aristocratic families whose strength were on par with theirs. This made them a little unhappy, and they were about to tell these aristocratic families that their Heaven Old Imperial family was still the king. After Heaven Old Emperor brought his people and left, the rest of the people from the other families were furious and could only return to discuss with the seniors in their families. There would always be grudges between these super young divine races, making it a little impossible for them to join hands with each other. It had to be known that within the ancient Sword Clan there were already a few factions that had been separated, and this was the case for the Bai clan of the Sword Clan. They were currently opposed to the other sword clans that had the surname of the ancient Sword Clan. Qin Xiang was also clear on this point, so he was temporarily not too worried about these super young divine races. However, Bai Shiming had told him before that he would lose a large number of myriad Tao divine soil sooner or later, because there were simply too many of them. Qin Xiang used the dual time domain, allowing Qin Kai and Spirit of Divine alter to help him refine the divine artifact more quickly. At this time, a month had already set outside, and Qin Xiang had already obtained the 6 realms mirrors he had refined before. "In the future, I can use it without worry, haha." Qin Xiang laughed complacently as he looked at the dazzling 6 realms mirrors. Although the 6 realms mirrors, refined from myriad Tao divine soil crystals, looked the same as before, the color had changed a lot. Right now, the surface was a pale golden crystal. When injected with the aloofness, it could make the mirror frame emit a faint golden radiance. Although the 6 realms mirrors, refined from myriad Tao divine soil crystals, looked the same as before, the color had changed a lot. Right now, the surface was a pale golden crystal. When injected with the aloofness, it could make the mirror frame emit a faint golden radiance. That's right, when I'm using it, can others see that this is something refined by Crystal Emperor? Qin Xiang asked. If I can see it, isn't that too high profile? It's very easy to be hunted down. Most people can't tell, so don't worry, at least I can't tell that it's a Crystal Emperor. The Spirit of Divine altar said, this is mainly because Chen Kai's refining technique is outstanding and is able to conceal the aura unique to the myriad Tao divine soil. Qin Xiang relaxed and laughed. When I took out the shovel, I was actually recognized by someone, hee hee. Feng Kuer scoffed. Am I not good at refining? Back then, when I was refining, I was just casually refining it. Who would have known that you would use it to fight? This was truly refined, casually by Feng Kuer. It was a place filled with myriad Tao divine soil. She did not feel bad at all. I don't need to concoct any pills during this period of time, so I don't need this Tianchuang furnace for now. After Xin Xiang obtained the 6 realms mirrors, he felt that he was close to it. He had been holding back for a long time already and really wanted to try the frenzy sword method. This kid can't sit still so fast. Qun Kai laughed. It must be to go out to harm our sister. Spirit of Divine Altar laughed sinisterly. Xin Xiang stuck out his tongue at them, then left the forbidden land of the divine earth. He could not use his frenzy sword method here. He was worried that he would be discovered by the Spirit of Divine Altar. After leaving the forbidden land of the divine earth, when Xin Xiang went outside, he immediately felt that there were a lot of auras left here, causing him to take a deep breath. Those people actually came here, and the emperor of the ancient royal family. What are they doing here? Could he be preparing to attack the forbidden land of the divine earth? Xin Xiang looked at the barrier that shrouded the forbidden land of the divine earth. The power of the ancient sun altar had strengthened him, so he was more at ease. Whatever, the spirit of divine altar should be able to protect this forbidden land of the divine earth. I'll go try out my frenzy sword method first. Shan Xiang took out the 9 heavens divine sword S and refined it with the crystal emperor S. The originally pitch-black sword blade had already turned pale golden, and it looked extremely beautiful. However, Shen Xiang felt that it was a little unaccustomed, because he had used the 9 heavens divine sword for many years. After Xin Xiang came out, he immediately left forbidden land of the divine earth and arrived at a mountain range. Let's try the most basic of frenzy sword method. Frenzy sword wind. Shan Xiang took a deep breath, then activated the sun madness fire and the aloofness, and followed the instructions in the sword technique. Shen Xiang slashed out, and with a pung sound, the 9 heavens divine sword shook violently for a while, before exploding out with a loud noise. It's a failure. The sword qi did not appear smoothly, and it exploded within the sword. Failing on the first try was a very normal thing. Shen Xiang knew that it was not easy to grasp frenzy sword method and needed a lot of practice. After a few days of practice, when Shen Xiang brandished the sword, a faint layer of mist could be seen on the surface of the 9 heavens divine sword. This mist continuously surged. My 9 heavens divine sword was refined using Crystal Emperor in the first place. It is extremely sharp and is unable to see how strong the frenzy sword wind is. Shen Xiang kept the 9 heavens divine sword and took out an ordinary divine sword. After successfully releasing the frenzy sword wind, he took out a pill furnace that he did not want and swept it towards the pill furnace. The frenzy sword wind is truly powerful, but it does not have any aura, nor does it have that kind of overbearing aura. Shen Xiang looked at the frenzy sword wind on the sword and nodded his head in satisfaction. Frenzy sword wind was the most basic of all, and to use the later sword moves, one had to master the frenzy sword wind first. Xin Xiang then began to control her frenzy sword wind to fly out. It could conduct long-range attacks and was very useful in battle. After 10 days of practice, it was enough for him to successfully slash apart the gigantic mountain that was thousands of meters away. It's really mysterious. Even though the sun madness fire was used, it did not have a single bit of flame, nor was it scorching hot. This degree of restraint is really scary. Xin Xiang had thought that the frenzy sword wind would be like the sun madness fire, releasing an extremely tyrannical flame Chi-S, H-I+, or maybe it was a scorching power. But now that he had mastered it, he discovered that it was not like that. Frenzy sword wind required a large amount of sun madness fire and aloofness to be converted into a very strong Qi. Of course, there were a lot of content in the frenzy sword method, With these kind of gentle and restrained sword moves, there were also berserk and surging inside. But Shenxiang had not learned them yet, because all he had learned right now was the basics. To master the basics, well, to integrate and understand them well. And at the end, when learning other sword moves, he would be able to use them flexibly and could easily master them. Early in the morning, Shenxiang watched the 7 suns rise and was extremely curious in his heart. What exactly is within these suns? Sun Ancestor is truly a powerful guy to have so many myriad Tao Divine Soyless and even have the Sunfire Seed. Shenxiang had always felt that these suns were strange. He suddenly felt that they were all alive, but it was difficult to communicate with them. Where are the 2 dead suns? Could it be that after a Sunji OD race is destroyed, the corresponding sun will destroy itself? The destruction of such a strong sun should have had a huge impact on a world. However, 2 of the suns were destroyed, but this Eternity Archaeopterygium was completely fine. The Sun Madness fire that Shenxiang was currently mastering, as well as the Sun Sword Blood and the Frenzy Sword method that he was learning, were all closely related to these suns. This made him curious, as he wanted to find out the secrets that were hidden within them for eternity. I wonder how the situation is right now. Back then, Heaven Old Divine Race had the ability to eliminate the Divine Soil Race. I can't let my guard down. Shenxiang already treated the Forbidden Land of the Divine Earth as his home. It was a place with an extremely good environment, and it also had a large number of myriad Tao Divine Soil. Shenxiang did not want the myriad Tao Divine Soil to be controlled by a power like the Heaven Old Divine Race. So he anxiously stopped his training and headed towards the city that the ancient Emperor Palace was at. If he wanted to pay attention to the Heaven Old Divine Race, he would need to find an old friend for help. He anxiously took out the 6 realms mirrors and found Yu Iran. Boss, how is it now? Your problem is settled. Shenxiang needs Yu Iran's help. Yu Iran understood the ancient royal family a little, so she planned to sneak into the ancient royal family to investigate. She wanted to ask Yu Iran what she needed to pay attention to. Yu Iran understood the ancient royal family a little, so she planned to sneak into the ancient royal family to investigate. She wanted to ask Yu Iran what she needed to pay attention to. When Yu Iran heard Shenxiang's voice appearing in his mind, she answered, I've pretty much dealt with it. Come to Skychi City, I'll wait for you here. After Shenxiang used the 6 realms mirrors to locate Yu Iran's position, he immediately used the power of S.P.A.C. to teleport outside Skychi City. Celestial Qilin City was a relatively large city. With the protection of an array formation, one was not allowed to directly teleport in. Otherwise, it would cause a great deal of commotion. The formations of this city are not bad. I don't know who set them up, but they are much better than those of the previous cities. Feng Kuder said this was the best defensive formation she had ever seen in the Eternity Archaeopterygium. Of course, Shenxiang did not know who had set it up, but he felt that Yu Iran should know. After Yu Iran left the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa, it was obvious that she was very trusting of the city to come to this kind of place. Entering the Skychi City, Shenxiang felt that everyone inside was strange. Just as he was about to enter the city and use the 6 realms mirrors to look for Yu Iran suddenly popped out. Hee, you came really fast. After Yu Iran told him the location of the meeting, she hastily ran to the city gate and saw Shenxiang the moment he arrived. Shenxiang looked around and whispered, Boss, don't you need to disguise yourself? Yu Iran was currently using her original appearance, and there were quite a few people who knew of him. The matter of him being captured by the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa was extremely famous, but he seemed to not be afraid of others knowing about it. There's no need to be afraid here. Yu Iran laughed as she walked on the main street with Shenxiang in tow. Why don't you need to be afraid? Shenxiang saw that the people around him did not pay much attention to them. The people here did not seem to care about anyone else. Most of the people here are not from the Sunji OD race. Yu Iran smiled and said, "Most of them are from the myriad Tau S, and the power of this city is also very strong. It can avoid being bullied by Sunji." Oh, D-Race S. Shin Xiang understood that it was very difficult to survive above myriad Tau, and the people who came here from the top were mostly very strong. If they gathered here now, they could form a very strong force. This way, the Heaven Old Divine race would not dare to bully them. If not, they would have to pay a very large price. Yu Iran brought Shin Xiang to the house that he bought here. After entering, he asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "I want to enter the ancient royal family to investigate. I'm worried that they will make some big movements." Shin Xiang said, "It's mainly because last time in the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa, how many myriad Tau Divine Soiless did they see when I took them out? Later on, they followed me to the outskirts of the forbidden land of the Divine Earth." Yu Iran was also very curious about the origins of Shin Xiang's myriad Tau Divine Soil. Now that she heard Shin Xiang say it this way, he seemed to understand that Shin Xiang's myriad Tau Divine Soil was obtained from the forbidden land of the Divine Earth. One must know that in the forbidden land of the Divine Earth, only the Divine Earth realm people could enter the Sunji, deforest, and there were a large number of myriad Tau Divine Soilless inside, which was why Shin Xiang was able to have so many myriad Tau Divine Soilless. You don't need to go to the ancient royal family. It's a mess there. Yu Iran said, "Ancient royal family does not have that strength right now, but they will definitely not show it because when the two realms fuse together, Heaven Old Divine Race will not let the other force D-Race S underestimate them. But I'm still worried. After all, the Heaven Old Divine Race has once sealed the Divine Soil Race successfully." Shin Xiang said, "The ancient royal family doesn't have any power now. It's mainly because the experts that partook 1. Aided in the seal, went up to the myriad Tau. There are many strong fellows up there. If the myriad Tau Divine Soil here is able to attract them, they will definitely come down. And that is what you need to worry about, and by then it will not only be the power of the ancient royal family, the other Sunjo D-Race will also have very powerful forces. Maybe they will even join hands." Hearing Yu Iran's words, Shin Xiang became even more worried. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, someone knocked on Yu Iran's door. Yu Iran gave Shin Xiang a glance, then hurriedly opened the door. 3 middle-aged men dressed in black walked in and scanned the house the moment they entered. Although they saw Shin Xiang, they did not take him seriously at all. This was mainly because Shin Xiang's concealing ability was too strong, so they did not discover his true strength. "What are you doing?" Yu Iran saw that these 3 people were extremely rude and aggressive. "Yu Iran, where's the white-haired man who saved you before?" "Where is he?" Middle-aged man in black asked with a threatening tone, his expression full of malice. "Are you people from the ancient royal family?" Yu Iran chuckled. "I can answer you, I can't. Now that I've chosen not to answer and also told you to get out of here as soon as possible. This is my territory, I don't welcome you." Yu Iran was very clear about the rules of this place, so he was not afraid of them at all, and she also very much hated these people. "Do you think the scattered sand here can deal with us?" These 3 middle-aged men were extremely powerful, and their strength was also extremely strong. One could see that all of them wielded weapons, and all of them had long, faint golden blades in their hands. Seeing their weapons, Shin Xiang frowned, realizing that these 3 middle-aged men were not members of ancient royal family who had broken through. The sabers in their hands were crafted by the myriad Tau Divine Soil. Judging by the color and LUS, of the sabers, there should be a lot of them, around 20 silvers at least. Feng Kudu said, Yu Iran could also tell that the other party's divine blade was refined from the myriad Tau Divine Soil, her expression becoming extremely solemn. You can still be considered sensible. You should know that we're powerful. When the leading black robe saw Yu Iran's serious expression, she laughed proudly. He knew that the divine blade that myriad Tau Divine Soil had refined could intimidate Yu Iran. "You came from above, myriad Tau?" Is it someone from the ancient royal family? Yu Iran asked again. Although the opponent's weapon was strong, he was only a little worried and was not very afraid. That's right. If you cooperate with us, we can spare your life. From what they knew, the people who had saved Yu Iran possessed a large number of myriad Tao divine soilless at their disposal. This was an extremely huge temptation to them, because even though they had been in the myriad Tao for many years, they had only been able to find an extremely small number of myriad Tao divine soilless. Yu Iran looked at Xinxiang and saw that Xinxiang was extremely calm. She said, "I'll close the door first, then we can have a good talk." Although Yu Iran could not see through Xinxiang's true strength, but from Xinxiang's fearless demeanor, she could tell that Xinxiang was not afraid of the three middle-aged men. Although Yu Iran could not see through Xinxiang's true strength, but from Xinxiang's fearless demeanor, she could tell that Xinxiang was not afraid of the three middle-aged men. After closing the door, Xinxiang took out a pale golden mirror and threw it over to the three middle-aged men. The three middle-aged men did not expect that such an insignificant fellow would suddenly attack them. They immediately brandished their blades and wanted to rush over to kill Xinxiang, but they did not expect that after the light golden mirror flew above their heads, it released a golden light that enveloped them in an instant. The sealing power released by the Six Realms mirrors was extremely strong, not to mention that the Six Realms mirrors S had already refined it recently. The array formations and sealing barriers that were released had all been strengthened a lot. The middle stage of the world-defying Berserk realm is already so savage. I thought it was at the late stage of world-defying Berserk realm or the peak. Xinxiang said, while smiling as he slowly walked over. The reason the three black robes were so arrogant was because of the divine blade in their hands, but they thought that Yu Iran, with her peak of the arrogant realm, was afraid of them. "Boss, it's better if you do it yourself." Xinxiang laughed. "I'm too weak. I'm worried that I won't be able to kill them." Yu Iran rolled up her sleeves, shook her head, and sighed. "I say, you guys are able to live so well above the myriad Tao, so you should treasure your lives. Even if I am a bad old man, I am still a member of the peak of the arrogant realm. Don't think that just because I am a pill refiner, I am very weak." As Yu Iran said that, she took out the shovel that Xinxiang had given him and entered the seal of the Six Realms mirrors. After Yu Iran dealt with them, she placed their corpses into a furnace to burn, and she gave the three divine blades to Xinxiang. "It's better if you take it." Xinxiang simply did not like these things. "Whatever. You're so generous now anyway." Yu Iran laughed. Those divine blades were all made from myriad Tao divine soil, although it was not the entire myriad Tao divine soil, but to many people it was extremely precious. Otherwise, those three middle-aged men wouldn't be so see, Kentucky, why did the ancient royal family send this kind of idiot here? Xinxiang withdrew his Six Realms mirrors, because he had been caught by the heavenly Dan Manor Lord. He had been ambushed by the heavenly Dan Manor Lord, but no matter what, he was an old expert of peak of the arrogant realm. And these three black robe S actually ran over to their deaths, relying on the fact that they had three decent divine blades. This was something that Xinxiang found hard to understand. TL. There are a lot of idiots like this in the ancient royal family. They probably sent them here to investigate the situation, and when they saw me here and also saw me meeting someone, they ran over excitedly, thinking that I would be intimidated by them. Yu Iran sighed. In the end, it's still because they're too greedy. They want to capture me, force you out, and then take all of myriad Tao divine soil for themselves. But at least we know one piece of news. The experts that are heading towards the myriad Tao S must have returned. Xinxiang said, "As long as they are still in the world-defying Berserk realm, they can't be that strong. I'm afraid that if they number more, they will be able to join hands with the other Sunji. Oh, D-Race." Yu Iran said, "Looks like we have to consider this matter carefully. Could it be that you're the only one who can fight in Divine Soil Race?" "Of course not." Xinxiang laughed. Divine soil race's overall strength is not bad, but at least we have suffered great losses, and now we are all relying on an ancient sun altar. That won't do. You need to find more helpers. Otherwise, once the forbidden land of the divine earth's enchantment barrier is broken, it will become very troublesome. Yu Iran said, What I am worried about is that they will be able to use the power of the sun. If their Sunji, D-race were to join forces, they should be able to use the power of 6 suns. Xinxiang did not know about this matter, and the spirit of divine altar had never told him either. Of course, it would be for the best if you could destroy their sun altar. Yu Iran laughed, but they will definitely go crazy. Find help? Xinxiang immediately thought of the sword race. The solar world and the eternity Archaeopterygium have fused. They should have become one Tai, but the other side still calls themselves the solar world. Xinxiang said, Boss, do you know in which direction? What are you doing over there? Yu Iran was a little curious. Get help, Xinxiang said. Yu Iran didn't ask too much and told Xinxiang the location of the solar world. Xinxiang left Sky Chi City in a hurry and used the power of SPAC to head to solar world. In merely half a day, Xinxiang had arrived at the solar world. It was no different from the Eternity Archaeopterygium. It had the same aura, the same SPAC, and 7 suns in the sky. Try using the 6 realms mirrors. Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors possessed the ability to find people, but could only look for familiar people. Found it. Xinxiang saw that Bai Shiming had appeared on the mirror and immediately called out to him. Brother Bai, I'm here at Solar World. Xinxiang laughed. I want to meet you. I have something to discuss with you. When Bai Shiming heard Xinxiang's voice suddenly appear in his mind, he was extremely shocked. Xinxiang, you're really amazing to be able to contact me. Bai Shiming asked in shock, Where are you? I'll go find you. My place is dangerous. I can teleport. Xinxiang said, I'm going over now. After he finished speaking, Xinxiang used his spatial energy and teleported to Bai Shiming's side. He arrived at the place and looked around him. Bai Shiming was stunned. The method Xinxiang used surprised him yet again. What is this place? Xinxiang looked at the path that led outside. Weren't you in the family? Of course not. I came out to meet a strong enemy to kill me, so I had no choice but to hide in this dangerous mountain range. Right now, there are powerful Tengu beasts everywhere outside. Bai Shiming said, This is really strange. Just what kind of fellow is chasing after me? You don't know. Xinxiang also thought it was strange. Bai Shiming was someone with an important position, and his strength was not bad as well. I think it's the other surnamed races in Sword Race. 3 of them are in the late stage of world-defying Berserk Realm, and one of them is at the peak. It can be said to be a very powerful plastic surgery. If not, I wouldn't be cowering in this place. Bai Shiming sighed. Where is your Bai family? Is there any danger? Xinxiang asked again. I think it's because the other surnamed races in Sword Race have teamed up with me. They would be very worried if they found out that you know a person with a large number of myriad Tao divine soyless. So before you all can rise to prominence, it's better to strike first. Xinxiang's words were not without reason, because he had previously met ancient Geode race from above myriad Tao, and they all fought at the top of myriad Tao very early on. The environment was very cruel, and those who could train at the top were all quite powerful. Xinxiang's words were not without reason, because he had previously met ancient D-race from above myriad Tao, and they all fought at the top of myriad Tao very early on. The environment was very cruel, and those who could train at the top were all quite powerful. Bai Shiming also felt that it was possible, because he realized that those people were not the kind of people he was familiar with. I'll bring you back to the Bai family, Xinxiang said. Your sister is still in Bai family, right? Yes. Bai Shiming nodded his head and said with some suspicion, How do you plan to bring me back? Xinxiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and checked that Bai Shuolan was cultivating, then laughed. I'll bring you back. Xinxiang brought Bai Shiming and used teleportation to quickly arrive outside the Bai mansion. After arriving, Bai Shiming was shocked at first, but when he realized that something was wrong, he brought Xinxiang and hastily rushed to the front door. After activating the large array, he brought Xinxiang into the Bai mansion. Just as Bai Shiming was closing the door, he suddenly saw a group of blue-clothed people continuing. The swords hanging on their waists were all blue sword sheaths, which looked a little similar to Bai family's attire. Xinxiang could tell from one look that this group of blue-clothed people were definitely from the sword race. It's the sword race. Bai Shiming looked at them and said softly, Is it powerful? Xinxiang asked. Right now, he was separated by a large array, so he could not sense the other party's aura. Very strong. Bai Shiming opened the door and shouted to the people from the Lan family, What are you doing here? Could it be that when he said Bai and became thirsty, he came to get some water to drink? The leader of Lan family's group was a young man. He smiled and said, That's not it. We just feel that the second master of Bai family is too lonely, so we came to accompany her. I hope you can let her entertain us. Just based on you guys aren't going to take AP, IS, S and take care of yourselves. Bai Shiming said disdainfully, My sister has the Sun Sword Blood's inheritance. You guys aren't even worthy to see her. Bai Shiming's words enraged the people of Lan family, but they endured it. Haha, Bai Shuolan is just a piece of trash. So what if she has a sword blood? The blue-clothed man laughed sinisterly. We might as well offer her to her and let us have a taste. Maybe the sword blood will be able to I plus any more brilliantly on us. Because Bai Shuolan was a woman, she did not mix with the masculine Sun sword blood. This was something that everyone knew. It was not only the sword race's other surnamed races that had been hoping to get Bai Shuolan. The other 3 Sun OD races had also been coveting Bai Shuolan's sword blood, wanting to catch him and let him bleed, so that they could drink Bai Shuolan's blood and inherit the sword blood. Bai Shiming was furious. He immediately shut the door. Brother Bai, are we going to let them go just like that? As Xinxiang watched from the side, he felt extremely unhappy. They are all the young elites of the Lan family. They often come here to make a ruckus. Of course, it's not only the Lan family. Other families would also do this kind of thing frequently. I don't mind it anymore. As long as we can endure it any longer. Once our little sister has mastered it, it'll be the end of these guys. Bai Shiming said fiercely. Bai Shiming had already tolerated it, but the people from the Lan family outside did not, and started shouting. You cowardly turtle. Let's see how long you can shrink to. Isn't your Bai family a guy who had just built up a divine soil race? You have a large number of myriad Tao divine soil. You should have some confidence. That's right. Don't tell me that your Bai family doesn't have spirit. Your Bai family is really lacking spirit to be able to cause the entire Bai family to fall for a woman. Bai Shiming was furious and wanted to retaliate, but that would only make him even angrier. I'll go out and meet them. Xinxiang suddenly said, This. Could it not be good? Their strength is pretty good, but they have 2 world-defying berserk soul in the middle stage of the world-defying berserk realm. Bai Shiming knew that Xinxiang had only just stepped into the world-defying berserk realm. No problem. Xinxiang smiled, then opened the door. Xinxiang used his own appearance right now. The people of Lan family did not know him. Oh, he finally dares to come out. But why is it a guy like that? The man in the lead said with a smile, Did you come out to beat us up? That should be the case. You can tell at a glance that this fellow is very resistant to being beaten up. He really deserves a beating. Xinxiang walked out of the enchantment of the Bai family and smiled faintly. You all use swords and look elegant and graceful, and I am a guest of the Bai family and also a person who uses swords. In order for the Bai family to reward me a little, I want to display my strength. So I'll have to trouble everyone, compete with me, and let Bai family see my strength. This way, I will have enough confidence to ask them for more benefits. Seeing how Shen Xiang spoke so modestly, all the people from the Lan family believed in Shen Xiang. However, their hearts were filled with anger. This was because the person in front of them was actually treating them as an object to demonstrate their strength. Just thinking about it made them feel extremely infuriated. Bai family is an idiot, and you are an idiot as well. How can you be a guest at Bai family at such a time? To think that Bai family would even accept a fool like you. You guys could be considered to be in cahoots with each other. The blue-clothed man looked at Shen Xiang and sneered. His sword had already left its sheath. The blue-clothed man's sword was white with a tinge of gold. Shen Xiang saw the faint gold light that flashed past and frowned. This sword had also joined the myriad Tao divine soil. When Bai Shiming saw it, he was initially worried. However, when he thought about how Shen Xiang had even made shovels with the myriad Tao divine soil, he did not worry anymore. At the same time, he was also a little eager to know what kind of divine tool Shen Xiang used to refine it. So he guessed that it should be myriad Tao divine soil crystals. You see that, don't you? Are you afraid? When the blue-clothed man saw Shen Xiang staring at his divine sword, he laughed complacently. Among the younger generation in Lan family, only 3 people can receive this kind of divine sword prize, and I am one of them. You should be the weakest one, right? Shen Xiang laughed. Actually, I am not afraid of you at all, because from your current attitude, you are extremely reliant on this sword. And the reason why you are proud of yourself obtaining the sword is not because of your own sword technique and strength. If you did not have the sword, how low would you feel? Shen Xiang's words seemed to I see, the blue-clothed man in pain, causing him to frown, and then he floated up, his white long sword flashed, drawing a faint golden arc in the air, followed by a burst of berserk sword chi. Clank! With a clap of thunder, blue lightning shot out from the sword blade with a schwa sound. Dozens of lightning bolts turned into 10 blue light swords, whizzing toward Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang frowned as he watched the other party's movements. It had to be said that this man, Lan family, was quite powerful, to have already transformed into a bolt of lightning, unable to capture his true form. I saw it. Shen Xiang smiled slightly. A divine sword with a cold glint appeared in his hand. He waved it lightly, hitting the tip of the blue-clothed man's sword, dispersing the strong sword force that was condensed there. The lightning bolt that had seemed so frightening had also disappeared, and the blue-robed man's figure had also appeared. His face was filled with surprise. He hadn't thought that his opponent would be able to see through his sword technique so easily. Although the sword Shen Xiang used looked good, it was still too inferior compared to the one the blue-clothed man had refined with her myriad Tao divine soil. As long as the immortal sword was added to the myriad Tao divine soil, it would become even more dy and sharp. Although the sword Shen Xiang used looked good, it was still too inferior compared to the one the blue-clothed man had refined with her myriad Tao divine soil. As long as the immortal sword was added to the myriad Tao divine soil, it would become even more dy and sharp. And the reason why Shen Xiang did not use his 9 heavens divine sword was to see how powerful he would be if he were to secretly use the frenzy sword wind. The sword the other party used was not bad, and adding that it was a middle-stage world-defying berserk realm, it could very well test the strength of the frenzy sword wind. Even though the blue-clothed man was very rampant, he could tell that Shen Xiang's strength wasn't simple. When the 2 divine swords clashed just now, Shen Xiang's sword should have been damaged, but it wasn't. One had to know that just now he had felt a very powerful force coming from Shen Xiang's divine sword, causing his entire divine sword to tremble. What sword technique is this? The blue-clothed man was extremely shocked. When Shen Xiang had brandished his sword just now, although it was a very ordinary swing, it revealed a faint aura. This kind of proud and aloof aura was precisely a kind of sword force. Aren't you very powerful? You can't actually tell? Xinxiang smiled slightly. His figure flashed and floated behind the blue-clothed man SLA's. H.I. plussing his sword towards the blue-clothed man's wrist, wanting to disarm his opponent's sword. When Xinxiang brandished his sword and chopped towards him, he managed to evade in an ingenious manner. At this moment, he was far away from Xinxiang and used his sword to slash at Xinxiang ruthlessly, releasing a few rays of sword qi that were like lightning. Carrying a thunderous aura, he rushed toward Xinxiang's chest. Xinxiang released the frenzy sword wind that lingered around the immortal sword's body. Seeing the opponent's lightning sword qi, he was very confident in himself and directly slashed apart. The frenzy sword wind was tyrannical indeed. When the opponent's lightning bolt, which was condensed with dense sword qi, was H.I.T. by Xinxiang, it exploded on the spot. The blue-clothed man was shocked. Xinxiang's cultivation was not high. According to the blue-clothed man's experience, only by dodging would Xinxiang be able to avoid the lightning's sword auras. Even the Sunji, D-race's people of the same level as him, did not dare to take them. But Xinxiang managed to receive it, and it was a very relaxed strike. Lan Lei's lightning sword qi was actually suppressed, which is a very rare occurrence. The clan elder said before that even people in the later stages of world-defying Berserk Realm would find it difficult to face the lightning sword qi. However, the other party seems to only have an early stage world-defying Berserk Realm. Where did this guy come from to actually grasp such a powerful sword art? Don't worry, Lan Lei is an outstanding young disciple of our Lan family after all. Although the opposing sword techniques restrain him, he is not so easy to deal with. Bai Shiming, who was standing at the entrance of the Bai mansion, also did not expect the power Xinxiang was using to be so strange, and so easily restrained Lan Lei's sword qi. Bai Shiming was very clear about Lan Lei's strength. That lightning sword qi was truly terrifying. If it was anyone else, they would have already been under the effect of the lightning sword qi. Lan Lei frowned and thought, his sword qi can directly break through my sword qi, which is not good for me. Right now we are comparing swords. As long as we destroy the opponent's sword, I can win. I should be able to fight in close combat with him. If it is a long-distance battle, the sword qi I release will not be able to break through his defense. Lan Lei knew that his greatest advantage was the divine sword that was refined using quite a few myriad Tao divine soy less. If he were to use an even stronger power to clash with Xinxiang, he was confident that he would be able to destroy Xinxiang's divine sword. After a brief moment of consideration, Lan Lei's body turned into a flash of light. With a twist of his body, he rushed in front of Xinxiang, grasped the sword hilt with both of his hands, and fiercely hacked at Xinxiang in a crazed and quick manner. Lan Lei's sword movements was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Using his eyes, it was impossible for him to catch the trajectory of the sword. Xinxiang could only judge by the qi and anxiously counterattack. Dang, dang, dang. Lan Lei slashed madly, one strike after another. His speed was extremely fast, and his entire person looked like a bolt of lightning. He flew back and forth in all directions towards Xinxiang before quickly SLA's. HI plussing. Xinxiang's speed was not slow either. Although the opponent's attack was extremely violent and overbearing, he was still able to block very steadily. He only used an ordinary divine sword, but was able to block hundreds of heavy slashes like Lan Lei did. Humph! Using his full strength, Lan Lei struck out with his strongest attack right at Xinxiang's head. Xinxiang blocked horizontally, and Lan Lei's white-colored long sword hacked down onto the middle of his sword, the two sword cheese class. H.I. plussing extremely fiercely, directly scattering the clear sounds that just appeared. Whose? H. Plus the two sword cheese exploded in all directions, forming two howling gales. A large part of the ground also collapsed. Ding! Xinxiang's sword suddenly released a weak, cracking sound, causing him to anxiously retreat a few steps. He only saw that his sword actually broke from the middle, but it was within his expectations. The two of them had used a very strong force to fight. Humph, an ordinary sword after all. Although Lan Lei was sneering with disdain, he knew clearly in his heart that he had spent a lot of effort to reach this step. Bai Shiming, your Bai family's guest official, is only so he lost. Lan Lei laughed. His laughter was filled with ridicule and satisfaction. They were worried that Lan Lei would lose, as Xinxiang was extremely strong after all. Although they were sneering at the fact that Xinxiang lost, they were very clear in their hearts that Xinxiang was not weaker than them. Xinxiang swept his eyes across the excited people of Lan family and frowned. Who said I lost? I can still keep competing. After the battle just now, Xinxiang was already very familiar with using sword qi, and it was fortunate that he met a person like Lan Lei who knew how to use the lightning sword qi. Otherwise he would not have allowed him to practice so easily. Your sword is broken, and you have already lost. Could it be that you plan to change for another sword? Lan Lei laughed coldly. Breaking swords means defeat. Xinxiang looked at the broken sword in his hand and said, All right, I will use this broken sword to fight with you. Huh! Lan Lei laughed out loud, and the disciples of the other Lan family laughed out wildly as well. You want to use the broken sword to fight Brother Lan Lei? Don't joke around. Even you can't defeat him with your complete sword, let alone a broken sword. Yeah, let's see how you were defeated. Lan Lei, since he wants to die, you can kill him. Xinxiang felt that defeating Lan Lei with the broken sword should not be a problem. He could now familiarize himself with using frenzy, sword wind during battle. Seeing Xinxiang's calm expression, Lan Lei secretly cursed in his heart. Deep down, he did not want to fight with Xinxiang because Xinxiang's sword qi was not easy to deal with. Lan Lei thought that if Xinxiang had a divine sword that was refined using the myriad Tao divine soil, defeating him wouldn't be a problem at all. Lan Lei thought that if Xinxiang had a divine sword that was refined using the myriad Tao divine soil, defeating him wouldn't be a problem at all. All right, since you want to die, then don't blame me for it. Lan Lei coldly snorted, and then tightly held onto his divine sword. He saw that Xinxiang's calm expression was filled with confidence, which made him very unhappy. I never said I wanted to die. I just wanted to win. It was always what you think. Xinxiang sucked in a small breath of air, and then he quietly urged the frenzy sword wind to flow into his broken sword. It could be seen from this that the frenzy sword wind was able to use a certain degree of defensive power, even if the opponent's divine sword was refined using the myriad Tao divine soil less. It would still be unable to break the defense of the frenzy sword wind. Xinxiang also realized that the frenzy sword wind was still insufficient to destroy the opponent's divine sword, and was unable to break through the opponent's defense. In the sword compet 1, Taiyan, the most important thing was the divine sword. Once the opponent's divine sword was destroyed, they would have won. Therefore, when Xinxiang's divine sword was broken, the people of Lan family were extremely happy because they believed that Xinxiang had already lost. Bai Shiming did not want Xinxiang to continue the fight, but seeing how confident Xinxiang was, he did not stop him. With a broken sword, I want to see how you will turn the tide. Lan Lei was extremely disdainful. Using the kind of quick and fierce attack, just now he quickly flew from all directions and continuously hacked at Xinxiang ferociously, like a violent bolt of lightning. It bombarded him and created streaks of lightning. What was unbelievable was that Xinxiang could only use the broken sword and actually block Lan Lei's crazy attack. It was very obvious that Lan Lei's current wild attacks were more violent than before, and for some reason, the current Lan Lei was even more desperate when he attacked. This made the surrounding disciples of the Lan family very suspicious. What's going on with Lan Lei? Why isn't he getting him down when he's dealing with such a fellow? That's right, isn't he the one who used the broken sword? He can actually still resist till now. Just what kind of power did he use? This was also something strange. It had to be known that after the D sword was damaged, the inside part of the sword had already been destroyed, and everything had dropped greatly. It was not as bad as it was in the past, when Xin Xiang was using the D sword this time. It should have been completely destroyed by Lan Lei, but now he could still resist it. Only Lan Lei knew that the sword qi around Shen Xiang's immortal sword was getting stronger and stronger, causing him to be unable to slash fully onto the blade of the broken sword. The body of Shen Xiang's broken sword was wrapped with a thin layer of sword qi. Once Lan Lei's divine sword came into contact with it, it would be repelled by the force, which was also why Lan Lei was attacking so fiercely. Right now, Lan Lei had already realized that Shen Xiang was constantly improving. Just a moment ago, Shen Xiang's control over that sword qi was still very unfamiliar, but now he was gradually becoming more familiar with it. He's actually using me to practice. Lan Lei was not stupid. When he thought of this, he immediately got angry. When Shen Xiang saw the furious Lan Lei, his face revealed a faint smile. To Lan Lei, this was a form of ridicule, and this made him even more furious. Hence he shouted loudly, "You trashy thing, die for me!" Both of Lan Lei's eyes surged with electricity. As he roared, his entire body was covered in lightning, and both of his arms swelled up as a large amount of lightning energy surged out from his body and rushed towards the divine sword in his hands. The divine sword was wrapped up by a large amount of blue lightning and turned into a huge lightning sword that hacked madly at Xin Xiang. It's about time to give it a try. Seeing that the other party was going to be so desperate, Xin Xiang thought that he might not be able to hold on any longer. The disciples of the Lan family were all dumbstruck, because this was the first time they saw Lan Lei working so hard and had already used all his strength. Now they could already tell that Xin Xiang was not simple at all. To actually use that broken sword to fight against Lan Lei for such a long time. No wonder Lan Lei was furious. I should be able to control the wildfire sword's aura. Let's give it a try. Xin Xiang's expression sank, and he slightly frowned. The frenzy sword wind crazily gathered together in his body, condensing into an even more powerful force, and then surged out of his body into the broken sword. Not good. The wildfire sword's astral form is very strong. This sword cannot be maintained for too long. After Xin Xiang released the raging inferno sword handle, he also felt extremely terrified. The inside of the raging inferno sword handle contained a terrifying amount of heat, and it almost melted the broken sword in his hand. Lan Lei's sword already slashed over, but after Xin Xiang dodged a few times, he saw the opportunity and waved his broken sword to block Lan Lei's lightning greatsword. Bam! Lan Lei's sword struck onto the broken sword that Xin Xiang used to block his attack, unexpectedly causing a burst of extremely bright flames to erupt. The bright flames shot out in all directions, shocking everyone to the point that they were tongue-tied. At that instant, Lan Lei also felt an extremely strong force, and one kind of force made his mind go blank because he felt a hole being struck in his divine sword. Sure enough, Lan Lei took a few steps back and stopped his berserk attack. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, and an extremely terrifying heat was being transmitted from his divine sword, which had already been burnt red. The most shocking thing was that there was a hole on his divine sword that was left behind when he chopped at Shen Xiang's broken sword. Lan Lei raised the divine sword in his hand and looked at it carefully. His hands were trembling even more. This was a divine sword that was refined using the myriad Tao divine soil, and was actually damaged by the enemy's sword qi. Just as Lan Lei was panic-stricken, Shen Xiang had already arrived in front of him. The broken sword in his hand flickered with a golden light and slashed at Lan Lei, but when he slashed he was slower, allowing Lan Lei to subconsciously raise the divine sword in his hand to block. Clang! S broken sword had already cut apart Lan Lei's divine sword, and even left a long wound on his chest, but it did not leave a mark because the wound was still smoking and had been burned and sti chet up. You lost. Xin Xiang chuckled. Lan family's young swordsman is only SOSO. After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he slowly walked toward the main entrance of the Bai mansion and didn't even turn around to look at the people from the Lan family. Bai Ximing only came back to his senses after seeing Shen Xiang walking over. It would have been fine if the sword Shen Xiang used was refined from a myriad Tao divine soil, but it was not, because it could still cut off Lan Lei's divine sword. Although he had been using the divine sword for a period of time, that was only given to him by the Lan family for him to use temporarily. He would need to take it back in the future, but now that it had been destroyed, even if he were to take the broken sword back to the furnace to recreate it, he would suffer a great loss. Lan Lei picked up the destroyed sword and thought back to everything that happened during the battle. He felt that if he reported this matter to the sect, he would not be punished. Lan Lei picked up the destroyed sword and thought back to everything that happened during the battle. He felt that if he reported this matter to the sect, he would not be punished. "Let's go see the elder," Lan Lei replied. "I remember there are 2 elders nearby." Although Lan Lei was not perturbed, he felt that he had discovered an important piece of information that might be of help to the Lan family. Bai family was an enemy of the Lan family, but now a powerful guest had suddenly appeared in the Bai family, which was not a good thing for them. Lan Lei came to a cave where his Lan family was stationed. He was specifically responsible for investigating the location of the Bai family. You have entered and damaged the White Thunder Divine Sword." The Lan family elder saw the destroyed sword and was enraged. She slapped Lan Lei hard, causing Lan Lei to fly back to the stone wall. Lan Lei crawled up. Being beaten up was something he expected. Although he was extremely angry in his heart, he did not dare reveal the slightest dissatisfaction on the surface. "I have let down the Lan family. I never thought that the guest official invited by the Bai family would be so powerful. She only used sword qi and defeated me, and even destroyed the White Thunder Divine Sword." Lan Lei kneeled on the ground, self-reproach written all over his face. "This is all my fault for being too arrogant, ignoring the other party's powerful sword qi. If not, I wouldn't have allowed the White Thunder Divine Sword to destroy it." The elders of the Lan family were also very curious about this matter. After carefully inspecting the White Thunder Divine Sword, they also discovered something strange. This was because the White Thunder Divine Sword was melted away by a high temperature, and a very high temperature at that. Could this sword qi be? After thinking about it, the Lan family elder's face suddenly changed, and she anxiously went to get another elder to come out. This elder looked short, thin, and old, but he had a relatively large seniority and was more knowledgeable. "Is it that kind of sword qi?" the young elder asked. The short elder caught it and took a look. After he was sure, his entire body trembled, and his hands that were holding on to the damaged White Thunder Divine Sword also started to tremble. "Yes, it's that kind of sword qi." "No, it was not created by the sword qi, but by the astral sword," the short elder said with a slightly trembling voice. "Wildfire sword qi. This is something that only the people with sword blood can release. Could it be? Had Bai Xuelan made it through? A while ago, they went to the Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa just to treat Bai Xuelan's body. But it should not be that fast. Let him be." The young clan elder pointed at Lan Lei. Lan Lei told the whole story of his fight with Shen Xiang. "It's actually not Bai Xuelan. How can a person who possesses a sword blood be anyone else?" The old man was very suspicious. "Let's go. We need to quickly meet the Lan family. This is very important." Bai Ximing and Shen Xiang walked along a small path in the courtyard of Bai Mansion. He was filled with suspicions because, after he thought about it carefully, the sword technique Shen Xiang had just used looked extremely similar to the frenzy sword method. However, he didn't feel that Shen Xiang had used the frenzy sword method, since Shen Xiang possessed a very strong flame attribute. If he used any other method to cultivate it, he would be able to instantly burst forth with a very high temperature. "Shen Xiang, your strength has really broadened my horizons." Bai Ximing sighed. If you had my cultivation, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your match. Brother Bai, you're being modest. Shin Xiang laughed. Bai Shiming shook his head. He was not modest. Brother Bai, your Bai family should still have sword blood people. Could it be that they don't even exist? Given their abilities, they should still be alive. Shin Xiang felt that it was strange. If the sword blood was here, the other clans would not dare to make a move against the Bai family. They are still alive, but they have all gone to search for the Sun Ancestor. They firmly believe that the Sun Ancestor is still here, so as soon as a new sword blood appeared, they immediately left. Bai Shiming sighed. It's just that they didn't expect the appearance of sword bloodess on a woman to have such a huge disadvantage. At the beginning we weren't sure, either. We just thought that Xuelon had grown up to be better. This was a mistake on the part of the sword blood of the Bai family. Otherwise, he would definitely not have walked away so quickly. Shin Xiang, what business do you have with me? Bai Shiming asked. Our Bai mansion is about to move in secret. We must hide it well until Xuelon obtains control over the sword blood. I will help her recover quickly. I came to find you guys because I want to borrow the power of the Bai family. Shen Xiang sighed. To be honest, I have some connections with the divine soil race. You should know a little about the current situation of the divine soil race. Bai Shiming nodded his head. The only reason Shin Xiang could take out so many myriad Tao divine soils and myriad Tao divine soils crystals was because he had a very close relations. Hi+P with the divine soil race. Previously, Shen Xiang had also told Bai Shiming that he had a friend from the divine soil race. I know a bit about the situation in the divine soil race. Now, everyone is guessing the strongest ancient sun altar inside has already recovered. This is also the reason why no one is able to go in now. Bai Shiming said, the ancient sun altar has completely recovered. At the same time, there are a portion of the divine natives who have also recovered, but their power is still very thin. I don't know how long the sun altar can hold on. If the heaven old divine race allied with the other sun to race to attack the forbidden land of the divine earth, I don't know if they can withstand it. Shen Xiang said with a worried look. I met those ancient God race who came back from above Myriad Tau earlier. Their strengths should be very strong. If they knew about the things here, they might even think of ways to resolve it. The reason why they set the forbidden land of the divine earth aside before was because they felt that the forbidden land of the divine earth was not a threat. They would go inside to plunder the myriad Tau divine soil when the great formation energy protecting the Sun forest dissipated. But now that the ancient sun altar had been restored, the enchantment that was released had tightly wrapped up the entire forbidden land of the divine earth. If they did not work together, when the divine earth people developed, all of them would be exterminated. All right, once Xuelan's power stabilizes, our Bai family will definitely help. At that time, we will suppress the sword race first. Within the Sun race, the sword race is rather strong. Bai Shiming agreed very quickly, because if not for Shin Xiang, his Bai family would have been finished. All right, let's go take a look at Xuelan. Shin Xiang said, I have the time array. I don't know if I can make her go faster. Shan Xiang and Bai Shiming arrived at the quiet bamboo forest where Bai Shulan was. Right now, she was eating a specially made strong strength Dan S refined by Shin Xiang, so his physique had gradually changed. When Shen Xiang arrived, she was practicing his sword arts. Shen Xiang was enchanted by the sword, and it was not because of Bai Shulan's beautiful figure, but because of her sword techniques. Bai Shulan was currently practicing the frenzy sword method. The reason why Shin Xiang was so engrossed with the pill was mainly because he did not have the ability to refine it into a fourth stage. He suddenly felt that he did not have as much talent as Bai Shulan, for Bai Shulan to have made such a huge progress in such a short period of time. The reason why Shin Xiang was so engrossed with the pill was mainly because he did not have the ability to refine it into a fourth stage. He suddenly felt that he did not have as much talent as Bai Shulan, for Bai Shulan to have made such a huge progress in such a short period of time. In terms of frenzy sword method, Bai Shuolan was ahead of Xin Xiang, and currently she was only able to control the frenzy sword wind, so she released the berserker flame sword force. Bai Shuolan was extremely engrossed in his sword practice, completely unaware that Shen Xiang and her brother had arrived, and was completely immersed in the profoundness of this technique. While Shen Xiang was also engrossed in it, he wanted to grab the opportunity to see if he could comprehend anything from Bai Shuolan's sword practice. Shuolan has recovered so quickly, Shen Xiang said in a low voice. Yes, right now she is already able to grasp the most basic of that sword technique. Bai Shiming nodded his head in relief. Her body is currently recovering very well. If it was before, she would always be lying on the bed or sitting on a chair to bask in the sun. Now that she has recovered, she has plenty of energy, making her very lively. Of course, after all, she has been extremely weak for many years and could not be like a normal person. Now that she has this chance, naturally she will enjoy it many times more and compensate for the happiness she lost before. Xin Xiang laughed and said, "Let's not disturb her for now. She is currently in a very serious state. Maybe she is trying to comprehend something." Just like this, Xin Xiang and Bai Shiming watched Bai Shuolan practice from afar. Only after a full 6 hours had said did Bai Shuolan stop, although the sun had already begun to set. Her face was still filled with contemplation. At this time, she noticed Xin Xiang and Bai Shiming watching her from afar. Seeing that Shen Xiang had come, Bai Shuolan was extremely happy. She was dressed in white, and with a light wave, she looked like a white spirit swallow descending to the ground. She was extremely beautiful. "Master, brother." Bai Shuolan respected Shen Xiang a lot, so she called him master. "No need to call me that. Just call me Xin Xiang." Xin Xiang laughed. "You have improved quite well. Are you able to control sword blood now?" Bai Shuolan chuckled. "I have already mastered the basics. Right now, I can already use the sword blood's power to release the sun madness fire's power to change its physique. Before long, I won't have to eat any more strong strength Dan. That's good." Xin Xiang was surprised. He had not gone there for long, to be able to release the sun madness fire so quickly. "Shuolan, Xin Xiang wants to use a time array on you. This way, you will be able to quickly master the sword blood." Bai Shiming said, "All right, I still think that there isn't enough time. I don't know when those fellows will make their move against our Bai family." Bai Shuolan knew since she was young that she was the hope for the rise of Bai family, and she was no longer in a predicament like before. Therefore, she had been working really hard to improve herself so that Bai family could quickly recover to her former position. Shen Xiang had a premonition that not long in the future, Bai Shuolan would definitely be a powerful individual within the Eternity Archaeopterygium and its ranks. "After I use the power of time on you, the day outside will be 75 years inside." Xin Xiang said, "I think that should be enough for you to grow up." "Enough is enough." Bai Shuolan was very surprised and immediately nodded her head. "These are Huaquan Dan. Maybe you'll need them when you form them." Xin Xiang gave Bai Shuolan a box. "Inside Yu Yao Manor, Jiang Sihua could condense a few pills every day. With the ACCU mutilation of these pills, he already had a lot." "All right, then can we start now?" Bai Shuolan was already impatient. Xin Xiang took out the 6 Realms Mirrors S. With the help of the 6 Realms Mirrors S, he could relax a lot. After the 6 Realms Mirrors grew larger on the ground, it had a courtyard as big as a courtyard, which was enough for Bai Shuolan to move about in. After Bai Shuolan entered, she immediately used her time field to cover the entire 6 Realms Mirrors. The 6 Realms Mirrors was also currently enveloped by a barrier that was as calm as water. Shen Xiang could not see what was happening inside clearly. He sat on the ground with his eyes closed. He knew that in a day Bai Shuolan would make great progress. Bai Shuolan was born with the sword blood, and she had never cultivated before. So once she was able to cultivate, she would immediately learn the frenzy sword method. It's precisely because she had never cultivated before That is why she grasped the frenzy sword method so quickly when she was focusing on cultivating the frenzy sword method. Feng Kuder said, Xin Xiang also thought that Bai Shuolan's improvement was very fast. After a day, Shen Xiang withdrew his time field, only to see that Bai Shuolan's entire temperament had changed. At the beginning, she looked cool and elegant, gentle and sweet, but now she had an additional imposing manner, making her look like an untouchable beauty. His cold and aloof demeanor was like an ice sword that had been unsheathed, giving people a strong feeling that he was 1,000 miles away. When Shen Xiang saw Bai Shuolan, he thought she was mistaken. Luckily, when Bai Shuolan saw him, she smiled at him, her smile still as gentle and sweet. It's like he's a completely different person. I almost couldn't recognize him. Shen Xiang laughed. So this is what it feels like to master great power. Shen Xiang only saw a white silhouette flash over, and in front of a gust of cool, fragrant wind, Bai Shuolan had already arrived by his side. That's right. Shen Xiang turned his head and looked at her beautiful oval face and laughed. You are already an expert and have a very strong aura. Someone like me, who often steals chickens and dogs, can't cultivate to have this kind of aura. Shen Xiang, don't be modest. I feel that you're still very strong. And there's a special kind of intimacy, too, I can't say. I just don't feel lonely when I'm with you. Bai Shuolan found it hard to describe that feeling. Shen Xiang actually knew the reason, because there was also a sword blood in his body. He had obtained it from Bai Shuolan, and after she had cultivated the frenzy sword method, her grasp of the sword blood became more thorough, so she could sense an aura that was very close to Shen Xiang's body. That's because you ate my pill. Shen Xiang laughed and said, You will naturally have this kind of feeling after eating my pill. This way, you won't bully me in the future. I won't bully you. Bai Shuolan laughed. At this time, someone came over, and Bai Shuolan's smile immediately disappeared. This expression changed so quickly that Shen Xiang found it hard to adapt. In just an instant, Bai Shuolan became a proud and cold female rancor. Brother. Seeing that it was Bai Shiming, Bai Shuolan's face eased up, but it was not like when he was together with Shen Xiang. Bai Shiming could feel the change in Bai Shuolan very clearly, but he was not dissatisfied. This is exactly how the sword blood of our Bai family looks like. This kind of aura, this kind of familiar feeling, reappears, makes me feel a lot more at ease. When Bai Shiming looked at Bai Shuolan now, there was actually a trace of fear in his eyes. Shen Xiang immediately understood that the people from the Bai family who had sword blood before were also like the present Bai Shuolan. Shen Xiang was puzzled. He did not know if he would become like this in the future. He thought about it and felt that it would not change because he had cultivated a lot of techniques before. Shen Xiang was puzzled. He did not know if he would become like this in the future. He thought about it and felt that it would not change because he had cultivated a lot of techniques before. To him, the frenzy sword method was only a method to let him unleash the sun madness fire and use them in battle. He would not focus all his attention on it. And Bai Shuolan, along with the other sword blood-s that had always cultivated the way of the sword with one heart and one soul, had grasped the essence of the frenzy sword method. Shuolan, go and talk to the elders. Familiarize yourself with the operations of the Bai family. Bai Shiming said, I have something important to discuss with Shen Xiang. I'll tell you about it later. Bai Shuolan nodded and then left. Brother Bai, what's the matter? Shen Xiang saw that Bai Shiming was extremely anxious. Shen Xiang, I remember you saying that you have a better understanding of poisons. Bai Shiming asked, then turned and walked quickly. Yes. Shen Xiang nodded and followed behind him. One of you are poisoned. I got hit by a very strange poison, Sai. You'll know when you see it. Bai Shiming's face was filled with worry. The ones poisoned are the 3 alchemists that are rare in our Bai family. Is there any danger to your life? Shen Xiang asked, How were they poisoned? Bai Shiming came to the outside of a house, and when he opened the door and entered, Shin Xiang saw 3 people dressed in robes. They had hoods covering their heads, and their entire bodies were wrapped up so tightly that even the fingers could not be seen, and not a single bit of their skin could be seen. How are they? Shin Xiang sensed the other party's aura and frowned. Their life force is extremely tenacious. It doesn't look like they were poisoned. Can you say that they don't have any signs of being poisoned? Bai Shiming sighed. This is the only place to blame. Although they were poisoned and are not in any life-threatening danger for the time being, and did not even cause them any discomfort, it's just that my body has changed a lot. Bai Shiming looked at an alchemist wearing a white robe and said, "Let him see." The 3 alchemists all shook their heads. It seemed like they were extremely unwilling. Do you want to be like this all your life? Master Shin is very capable. He was the one who allowed Xuelan to recover. You should know about Xuelan's situation. Right now, Xuelan is a true sword blood. I just saw her, and that aura was extremely familiar to him. Our Bai family won't be as aggrieved as before. When Bai Shiming said this, he was extremely agitated. Therefore, now that the good days are coming for our Bai family, and yet you guys are suffering from it, this is too unfair to you guys. Bai Shiming's face was filled with grief as he said, "Let Master Shin take a look. Otherwise, if this goes on, your days will not be good." Shin Xiang was confused when he heard it. From the looks of it, Bai Shiming and the 3 alchemists who were wrapped like dumplings must have had some sort of experience. This made him very curious, and he really wanted to strip off the robes of the 3 alchemists himself. When one of the alchemists took off the gloves in her hand, Shin Xiang was startled. Shin Xiang took a deep breath. "Where's your flesh and blood?" After taking off the alchemist's gloves, there were only bones left, however, the bones did not scatter. The strangest thing was that Shin Xiang could feel an aura of flesh on his hand. "The flesh and blood are still on my hands, but they have become transparent and can't be seen any more. We've been poisoned with a strange poison all over the body," the alchemist said with a wry smile. "If we strip naked, we would be a white-boned spirit." Bai Shiming frowned. There is flesh and blood in their bodies, and all of their internal organs are present as well, but they have become transparent, only leaving behind bones that are not transparent. They also do not have poison in them for recovery. "How did you get poisoned?" Shin Xiang walked over, grabbed the alchemist's hand and buckled his wrist. She could indeed feel her pulse, and he also felt that the hand she was grabbing onto was skinny. It was the old man's skin. Shin Xiang also understood that the 3 alchemists had flesh and blood all over, just that they had become transparent. This was the result of being poisoned. This kind of poison wasn't fatal, but it was able to send one into an extremely bad state. Shin Xiang could feel the anxious feelings of the 3 alchemists. Imagine how his flesh and skin had turned transparent, how he would be able to see his own bones, and how he would be able to see a skeleton in the mirror. Yes, it was Lan family who poisoned us, so when we were gathering herbs in the outside world, we were very unlucky to meet this guy. His cultivation was originally higher than ours, but he chased us all the way, and we ended up getting poisoned by his poison for no rhyme or reason. A alchemist angrily recalled this matter. "Shin Xiang, is there a way?" Bai Shiming asked. Shin Xiang carefully checked on the condition of an alchemist, and he even carefully leaked a bit of the alchemist's blood, but he did not know what happened to the other alchemist. However, the blood was also transparent. His jade bowl was filled to the brim with blood, yet he could not see it. Shin Xiang summoned a mouse man and let the mouse man drink the blood. Mouse man was wearing a set of black tight clothes, revealing her hands, head and neck, all of them turning transparent quickly. Only her bones could be seen. "There's poison in the blood." Shin Xiang took a deep breath, and then he tried several methods he commonly used to detoxify the poison, but none of them worked. Blue Sky Poison King is indeed powerful, as expected of one of the strongest warriors in the Lan family. The alchemist sighed, "We might end our lives like this. This feeling is truly worse than death. Bai Ximing also sighed. If it really doesn't work, you can only transfer your souls. This won't work. There's another way, which is to ask the Blue Sky Poison King for the antidote. Xinxiang said, I am also very interested in this poison. In the future, I might come into conflict with the Lan family, so I also want to get some antidote to protect myself. Xinxiang imagined that if he were to be poisoned by this poison, he would probably have to use the counterpower to make himself invisible. Blue Sky Poison King won't give it to you. That alchemist shook her head. Lan family and our Bai family have an extremely bad relations. H.I. plus P to begin with. Otherwise they would not have used this poison on us. Using this poison was indeed very vicious. It was practically destroying another person's soul. Don't despair. I'll definitely help you get the antidote. After all, they were all alchemists, and Xinxiang sympathized with them a lot. The alchemist put on her gloves and said, Amen, if that won't do, we can just rebuild our body. Although it will take us a lot of time, it's still better than dying. The alchemist put on her gloves and said, Amen, if that won't do, we can just rebuild our body. Although it will take us a lot of time, it's still better than dying. Bai Ximing and Xinxiang walked out of the house. Bai Ximing looked at Xinxiang and asked, Are you going to look for Blue Sky Poison King now? Xinxiang nodded his head. Amen, I am also very interested in this kind of poison. I will definitely get the antidote from him. He had already obtained a sample of this poison. The blood he had obtained would be the same. After using the derivation method to refine it, he would be able to obtain limitless amounts of blood. With regards to poison, Xinxiang wasn't really proficient in it, it was just a hobby. Especially that poison he just met, it made him very interested in it. So he wanted to store it and let Du Xiaoling, Bai Ziqian, and L.V. Qinlian study it in the future. Are you confident that you can get him to give you the antidote? Bai Ximing said, Blue Sky Poison King's cultivation is at the late stage of the world-defying berserk realm. Although not at its peak, he is an expert at using poison and has grasped many different kinds of strange poisons. I'm confident. Xinxiang only had a rough plan. Let's not talk about this anymore. Oh, right, I gave you 2 pieces of myriad Tao divine soil crystals before. How do you plan on using them? Xinxiang asked. Of course, it's to refine a sword for Xuelan. But it's not easy to smelt these myriad Tao divine soil crystals. Thinking about this, Bai Ximing couldn't help but have a headache. I heard that the people from your sword race can condense their own sword. Xinxiang asked curiously. I heard that the swords you guys cultivated with your own bodies are even stronger than the ones you refine in myriad Tao divine soil. That's right. This is a destiny sword from the sword race, and normally only the peak of the arrogant realm have such a level, but it requires a large amount of materials. Bai Ximing said, Xuelan can now control the sword blood. If she can release the sun madness fire, let her use those myriad Tao divine soil crystals to refine a bunch of destiny sword. Xinxiang said, If that's the case, then it can also save me a lot of things. N. Bai Ximing nodded. When are you leaving? You should leave now. Xuelan's condition has stabilized. Your Bai family should be able to return to its peak soon. Xinxiang wanted to quickly find the Blue Sky Poison King. All right, I'll tell Lan family how to go. Bai Ximing escorted Xinxiang out and told him some things about Lan family. After Xinxiang left the Bai mansion, he used the counterpower to conceal himself. It was to prevent the people hiding in his surroundings from following him. After using the counterpower, he immediately teleported in the direction of the Lan family. Bai Ximing told him that the Lan family was in charge of a very vast area. There were hundreds of huge cities there, and their area of influence was very wide. Because his strength was weaker than before, Bai family could only swallow his anger. After half a day, Xinxiang arrived at the area of the Lan family. On the city walls, there was a large flag with the word blue written on it. proving that this was the city that the Lan family was in charge of. Just as Xin Xiang arrived at the city gate, he saw a familiar figure. It was Lan Lei. Lan Lei and the other disciples of Lan family entered Yangdong City. There is still an old man behind him. Could it be the Blue Sky Poison King? Shen Xiang didn't dare be sure either. There were definitely a lot of elders in Lan family, and Blue Sky Poison King was just an old man. Bai Shiming had only told him that the Blue Sky Poison King was called Azure Sky and was an old man. Bai Shiming had never seen the Blue Sky Poison King with his own eyes, and although the 3 alchemists that were poisoned, although they were being chased by the Blue Sky Poison King, they did not see the true face of the Blue Sky Poison King. At this time, Shen Xiang was still using the counter-power invisibility. He anxiously followed behind. There were a lot of people in the city, so Shen Xiang was not afraid of being discovered. Elder Qingyan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you going to deal with Bai family? Although Lan Lei was walking on the main street, he was not afraid of others finding out that the Blue Sky Poison King was here, and did not try to cover up his words. No, I'm here to pick herbs, but I met a few Bai family, yes. Even though they were here to pick herbs, if I were to meet them, I would definitely not let them off. Blue Sky Poison King remained expressionless, his tone cold. Xin Xiang was now certain that this old man was Blue Sky Poison King. Blue Sky Poison King was gathering herbs in Bai family's territory, yet he dared to go so far just because Bai family was weak. Sigh. Even the alchemist that destroyed them was useless. There, Bai family had a very powerful guest elder who was able to use the frenzy sword method. So the delay sword that my clan gave me for temporary use was broken by that guy? Lan Lei was furious. What's going on? How do guests know about frenzy sword method? Isn't the frenzy sword method only used by sword bloodess? Blue Sky Poison King was very shocked. How come I didn't know about this? You are already gathering herbs outside. If you return to the Blue Palace, you will definitely know in more detail. In short, the Bai family now is not so easy to bully. Lan Lei was extremely vexed. Although the Lan family did not blame him much because his divine sword had been destroyed, the young disciples of the Lan family had used this matter to ridicule him. The Blue Sky Poison King did not speak as they arrived at a very luxurious hotel. Lan Lei chose a private room and welcomed the Blue Sky Poison King with a welcoming party. He began to eat and drink to his heart's content, and he was even floating beside the windows of the private room, eavesdropping on their conversation. The room was on the 10th floor, and it had even opened a window. There was no soundproofing array, so Shen Xiang could easily hear the conversation going on inside. Patriarch Blue Sky, what do you think of this matter? Could it be that the Bai family was hiding some power and suddenly revealed a guest with a sword blood? Lan Lei asked. He was curious about this matter, but the clan elders did not say anything to him. I only want the sword blood. The Blue Sky Poison King said, It's very obvious that those sword blood contain a great secret. If I were to obtain them, I could also become the person of the sword blood and then awaken the frenzy sword method. I would be able to control the sun madness fire. If I were to use the sun madness fire to refine poisons, my poison would be even stronger. Xin Xiang's heart trembled. The Blue Sky Poison King was so cyanide about the sun madness fire. He was worried about Bai Shuolan. If he knew that Bai Shuolan had recovered, if he were to meet Bai Shuolan, he would definitely ignore everything. Next time I see Shuolan, I have to teach her how to defend against poison. Xin Xiang thought. Blue Sky Poison King drank a cup of wine, then sneered. I have already made a move against the 3 alchemists, and the people of Bai family have always been loyal. They will definitely think of a way to cure the 3 alchemists of the poison. But they will never be able to do so no matter what, because only I can cure the poison. At that time, they can only have 2 options. One is to use sword blood to exchange them for poison antidotes, and the second is to make them give up their physical bodies. Shen Xiang had to respect that this Blue Sky Poison King had some ability. He did not kill the 3 alchemists, but instead poisoned them with a strange poison. This way, he would be able to obtain some benefits from the Bai family. Blue Sky Poison King, Lan Lei, and the rest of the young people had eaten a lot of food and wine, but they were not satisfied with it. Blue Sky Poison King, Lan Lei, and the rest of the young people had eaten a lot of food and wine, but they were not satisfied with it. Seeing this, Xin Xiang thought of a plan. He, who was hiding outside the window, used spatial energy to transfer a few sky-devouring rat-s to this hotel, and suddenly made the sky-devouring rat become the mouse man, arriving at their level. After a few mouse man s came to this floor, they immediately began fighting and started fighting in the hotel, causing a huge commotion and affecting the private rooms of the Blue Sky Poison King and the rest. What's going on? Let's go out and take a look. Lan Lei and the rest had already stood up, while Blue Sky Poison King turned to look outside the door. Just as their attention was about to SHI plus FT to outside the door, Xin Xiang took out the white bone poison blood that he had collected earlier and dripped a lot of it onto the dishes and wine. Among them, the amount of poison blood Xin Xiang dripped into their wine cups was the highest. The mouse man outside had already been captured by the people from the hotel and thrown outside of the hotel. Xin Xiang took back the mouse man Blue Sky Poison King, and the others started to eat and drink again, completely unaware that they had been poisoned. This Blue Sky Poison King isn't that good either. He actually doesn't know that there's no poison in his own cup. I just wonder if he can defend himself against the poison. Xin Xiang saw Blue Sky Poison King raise his wine cup and drink, but he did not realize it at all. To Xin Xiang's knowledge, people who used poison generally had a physique that could resist poison, and moreover, was extremely sensitive to poison. However, this was not the case for the Blue Sky Poison King, as he had thought that the Blue Sky Poison King was very powerful. I wonder when the poison will break out. Xin Xiang wasn't very clear about the poison's power, but he felt that it shouldn't be a problem to poison Lan Lei and the other juniors. As for the Blue Sky Poison King, he did not expect to win. However, this was beyond his expectations. The first one to be affected was Lan Lei. While he was eating and drinking, his body suddenly had a huge change. The flesh and blood disappeared, and all the bones in his body were exposed. He had become a set of white bones. This was a very sudden change. After Blue Sky Poison King saw Lan Lei's change, his body also started to change, and very quickly Blue Sky Poison King and a few of the young disciples' poison flared up. The room immediately became extremely chaotic. Amongst these people, the one who was the most shocked was the Blue Sky Poison King, because only he could handle this poison. He never thought that other people would have this poison, and even use it to poison him. Elder Blue Sky. Lan Lei saw that his hand was made of bones, and couldn't help but to tremble as he continued to whimper. He only had bones now, so Xin Xiang couldn't see the expression on his face, but it must be very interesting. Someone poisoned us. Blue Sky Poison King was the calmest because this poison could be cured. As for the other juniors, they were not that calm. They did not seem to know that this poison was discovered by the Blue Sky Poison King, but they were currently shrouded in fear from the poison and had become desperate. Especially when they thought about how they would have to live like this in the future, they wanted to cry but had no tears. Blue Sky Poison King was pondering about who poisoned them and when it was done. Based on his understanding of the poison, he quickly came to a conclusion. Elder Blue Sky, the waiter of this hotel, must have poisoned them. I want to chop them into pieces. Lan Lei had already stood up and took out his mask and mask. He did not want others to see the appearance of his skull. The Blue Sky Poison King immediately pulled him back and said loudly, "It is definitely not a waiter. We have already eaten these dishes before, but they were just made just now. The moment we ate the poison, the speed of the poison is extremely fast. It must have been when we were fighting outside. Someone came in and poisoned us. It was in a very short period of time, and their methods were very clever. Even I did not sense them." This city was the territory of the Lan family, and this restaurant had always been very safe. The Blue Sky Poison King had never been poisoned before, so he had never been on guard. Then what is his purpose? Lan Lei did not understand. He should be challenging me. He must have just discovered this poison, and he is trying to brag to me about it. I have been doing this a lot in the past. The Blue Sky Poison King sneered, but he's too naive. I found this poison a long time ago. Shen Xiang didn't know why Blue Sky Poison King thought this way either, to the point where he didn't even think that it was his revenge. This is an antidote pill you can recover after eating it. Blue Sky Poison King took out a few antidote pills. He first ate one and recovered before handing it over. When Lan Lei and the others saw that the Blue Sky Poison King had recovered, they were also relieved, and just as they were about to get the antidote, a wave of spatial energy suddenly came forth. Shen Xiang used his spatial energy to retrieve the antidote at a distance. Got it, let's go. Shen Xiang was also very surprised. He did not expect the antidote pill to be so easily obtained. As long as he could get a pill, he could use his alchemy skills to dissolve it. After that, he could use the derivation method to refine a lot of the pills. He didn't need to know what herbs were used to concoct the antidote pill. Shen Xiang had 4 antidote pills in his hands, which was enough for him to use. This guy. I guessed wrong. The Blue Sky Poison King roared, his palms striking the big table and SMAs. Plussing it into pieces, causing the entire inn to shake violently. Elder Blue Sky, what is going on? Lan Lei panicked, because they had not recovered yet. Luckily, there were still a lot of antidote pills in Blue Sky Poison King. The Blue Sky Poison King said angrily, they should be people from the Bai family. I never thought that there was such a powerful fellow amongst them. To be able to use the power of SPAC so skillfully, and also to conceal such a great ability. Someone from the Bai family? Lan Lei had already eaten a detoxification pill, and when he recovered, he immediately saw his pale white face. The 3 alchemists of Bai family were poisoned by this kind of poison. They must have taken the blood of the 3 alchemists and followed me all the way to find an opportunity to poison me. Blue Sky Poison King stood at the window and looked into the distance. He strongly patted the window frame and said, Bai family, just you wait. Lan Lei was also furious. He was quite scared of him just now, and they even ate the blood of others. Just thinking about it made him feel nauseous. I want to return to Lan family immediately and let them send out the arrogant, fierce fighting G. Odie Bai family has angered me this time. Blue Sky Poison King's voice was filled with anger. Shen Xiang took the antidote and immediately left the city, returning to the Bai mansion. Bai Shiming did not expect Shen Xiang to bring the antidote pill back right after he left. This made him admire his a lot. Bai Shiming did not expect Shen Xiang to bring the antidote pill back right after he left. This made him admire his a lot. He had stayed in the Bai mansion for a day and had also used his time field to obtain 1 month's worth of time to give birth to more than 100 poison cleansing pills. Only then did he relax. The resulting detoxification pill had been verified by Shen Xiang using the mouse man, and the detoxification effect was the same as before. Now that he had so many detoxification pills, he was no longer afraid of being poisoned by the white bones anymore. I want to go back to Forbidden Land of the Divine Earth to take a look. When Shen Xiang came out and saw Bai Shiming, he asked, if you're free, then come here. Now, our Bai family is about to rise from the ashes. We've already invited the 2 proud, fierce, fighting G. DS out. Bai Shiming said, What's that fierce fighting G? D. Shen Xiang had never heard of it, but he felt that this must be a very powerful existence. Otherwise, Bai Shiming would not have said that. The reason they are able to become a proud, fierce fighting G. D is mainly because when they search for world-defined berserk soul in their world-defined berserk realm, they go out of their way to search for that kind of awesome world berserk soul. Every realm will fuse with this kind of world-defying berserk soul, and in the end they will be able to become a powerful, proud, fierce fighting G. D, Bai Shiming said. So that's the case. That must be very powerful, right? Xin Xiang exclaimed. This was the first time he had heard of the awesome world Berserk Soul. Of course they're powerful. They are very powerful existences in a single power. They will only be dispatched when there are special stances. Of course, other clans have them as well. Bai Shiming said, then they must be very old. Every single time they have to search for awesome world Berserk Soul S from the Owls. H.I. plus Soul River. This requires a lot of time. Shan Xiang himself had searched for world-defying Berserk Soul before, so he thought so. Some are old, some are young. It's actually not as difficult as you think, because it's their first time fusing with awesome world Berserk Soul, so every time they do it, they'll find it easier to find awesome world Berserk Soul. Bai Shiming said, if there's a chance, I must take a look. I'll be leaving first. Shen Xiang left the Bai mansion and returned to the forbidden land of the divine earth. At this time, Qin Kai was still refining his cauldrons with the spirit of divine altar. So in order to make them faster, Xin Xiang had released his time field to envelop them. Half a month had passed, said before Xin Xiang's Tianchuang furnace was completely transformed. The danger in Bai family has passed, said they are now our allies. If sword race acts, he will help us stop him. Shen Xiang said to the spirit of divine altar. That's good. Next, I will use the myriad Tao divine soil crystals with Qin Kai to refine some weapons for the divine soil race people. Spirit of divine altar said, I want to turn them into the powerful Sun War Ji. Oh, dee hee hee. How strong is it? How are you going to make it? Shen Xiang was very curious. The spirit of divine altar seemed to have a very good way to help the divine soil race become stronger. I will melt the myriad Tao divine soil and place them in a pool to let the divine earth people jump in and let them temper themselves in the pool. The spirit of divine altar said, even though the process won't be very pleasant, it's a way to make them strong. Shen Xiang took a deep breath. How is this not feeling good? It was simply killing him. It's scary just thinking about it. Shen Xiang shook his head. Spirit of divine altar. Have you heard of the arrogant, fierce, fighting G.O.D.? Shen Xiang asked. Bai family has 2 of these guys. They're said to be very strong existences. Of course I know this guy. They are indeed very strong. Xin Xiang, right now you're only at the early stage of world-defying Berserk realm. But if a normal mid-stage world-defying Berserk realm meets you, they might not even be your match. The spirit of divine altar said, yes. Xin Xiang was extremely sure of his own strength. However, if you meet a fierce fighting G.O.D. in the early stages of world-defying Berserk realm, you will lose without a doubt. Spirit of divine altar said, of course, if you use the divine sword and 6 realms mirrors, you can still win. That is to say, if we're only comparing strength, I am definitely no match for them. Xin Xiang frowned. These proud, fierce, fighting G.O.D. seemed to be more powerful than he had imagined. If it's a fierce, fighting G.O.D. in the middle stage of the world-defying Berserk realm, I feel that even if you use your 6 realms mirrors and divine sword, it would still be difficult to take them down. Spirit of divine altar said, this guy has a very high status, and it's also not easy to become a fierce fighting G.O.D. If you want to have that kind of power, then you can only do it with sword blood S. My 9 heavens divine sword and 6 realms mirrors are very strong. Xin Xiang was a little unwilling. He felt that there were 2 things, even if they were to encounter late-stage world-defying Berserk realm, he would still dare to go against them. However, the arrogance of the fierce fighting G.O.D.s themselves are extremely terrifying. Moreover, they have a very high status. Their own weapons are definitely not weak. Spirit of divine altar said, if you don't believe me, you'll know if you meet a fierce fighting G.O.D. All right, I'll go and have a look now. Shen Xiang was extremely interested in the fierce fighting G.O.D. He wanted to see if they were really as powerful as he had said. Xin Xiang left the forbidden land of the divine earth and returned to the Bai family. Xin Xiang, it's great that you're here. Seeing that Shen Xiang had arrived, Bai Shiming was very anxious. "What's wrong?" Shen Xiang asked. "Something big has happened to Solar World." Bai Shiming looked at the sky, pointed to a sun, and said, "Suddenly a ball of red something shot out from a sun, and then fell into the Solar World." "What could have fallen?" Shen Xiang asked curiously. "I don't know. That's why Shuai Lan went to take a look." Bai Shiming sighed. "I was a bit worried about her, so I had an arrogant, fierce, fighting Jiao accompany her. They are all very strong, you don't have to worry." Shen Xiang patted Bai Shiming's shoulder and laughed. "Brother Bai, what do you think the things that fall from the sun are usually?" "Disaster." Bai Shiming sighed. "Anyway, it can't be anything good. But Shuai Lan feels that it is extremely necessary to go and see, and I can't stop her. You should know that after she became a true sword blood, her personality changed greatly." Shen Xiang nodded his head. "I understand. I will go look for her now." "If you go, I'll be a lot more at ease." Bai Shiming pointed in a direction. "It's over there. I think many people have seen it. The other powerful families in Sunji, D-Race, will definitely go as well." Shen Xiang looked in that direction and anxiously walked out of Bai Mansion, quickly teleporting over. Shen Xiang's teleportation was extremely fast, and it didn't take him long before he saw the object that fell from the sun. It was actually a huge mountain that was 30,000 meters tall. This huge mountain was entirely black, with extremely violent flames burning outside. When Shen Xiang saw this mountain, he felt that it was extremely hot. If not for him being able to control the sun madness fire, it would not be so comfortable. Shen Xiang looked at the people at the back. Many of them did not dare to approach because it was very hot here. However, there were still a few people who entered, and all of them were strong warriors. Shen Xiang looked at the people at the back. Many of them did not dare to approach because it was very hot here. However, there were still a few people who entered, and all of them were strong warriors. Shen Xiang had used the counter power, so no one could see him. "Just what is on this mountain?" Shen Xiang looked at him from afar and took out the 6 realms mirrors to check on Bai Shuai. When he saw Bai Shuai, he immediately asked through sound transmission, "Shuai Lan, where are you?" "Brother, Bai is worried about you, so she told me to come here to find you." Bai Shuai's face was originally ice cold, but when she heard Shen Xiang's voice in her head, her expression softened and she quickly replied, "Shen Xiang, please do not come here. This place is extremely dangerous, and the other families have sent an arrogant, fierce, fighting Ji. Shen Xiang had already said Bai. After locating Bai Shuai, he could go there with just a teleportation. Bai Shuai was located very close to the blazing mountain. The environment here was very bad. It was extremely hot. If one did not have sufficient strength, they would probably turn to dust. Shen Xiang saw many people. Among them were people wearing blue clothes. All of them belonged to the Lan family. They were currently surrounding Bai Shuai, but Bai Shuai was not afraid of them. Bai Shuai coldly swept her eyes across these Lan family people and said in a cold voice, "I, Bai Shuai, am well aware of what your Lan family has done to our Bai family in all these years. It's time for your Lan family to return the favor." The other Sunji, D-Race only watched from the distance. Even though they were trying to expel the Bai family, they weren't as ruthless to the Bai family as the few other surnamed races. It was clear that Bai Shuai had already taken control of the sword blood and become a sword blood since she was able to come to this place. "Bai Shuai, get the brat from your Bai family who poisoned me out here." The Blue Sky Poison King roared. He was still brooding over this matter. "Humph. An old dog like you is not even worthy to see him." As Bai Shuai spoke, she swung her sword across the air. When the exploding frenzy sword wind flew out, it turned into a large streak of light. What was terrifying was that it was still crazily devouring the terrifying heat from its surroundings. In the past, he had already transformed into a 300-meter tall, gigantic fire beast after obtaining the sword Qi, swallowing all of Lan family's people. All the great clans were gathered here. They originally came here to investigate this mountain, but now they encountered such a good show. They were all watching with great interest from afar. I finally saw the frenzy sword wind again. Who would have thought? I really did not expect that after so many years, the frenzy sword wind would actually be released by a little girl. An old man sighed. I remember the last time she went to Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa. She was still sickly. Not long ago, she was actually as terrifying as a proud world's fierce fighting G. Oh, D, by family met An. Oh, Blee. I heard that there is a guest in the Bai family who is also a sword blood, but she isn't as scary as Bai Shualan. Furthermore, the sword Bai Shualan uses seems to have been refined using the myriad Tao Divine soil crystal. It must have been provided by the guy who took out a large number of myriad Tao Divine soilless at the auction last time. It's a good thing that the conflict between us and the Bai family isn't too big. It should be able to be resolved. Hee hee. Just the sword race's few surnames are the most ruthless to the Bai family, but we from the other races do not have the chance to deal with them. The Blue Sky Poison King was not the type to fight. He only hid far away and watched the battle between their two proud, fierce fighting DS and Bai Shualan's current Bai family. Shan Xiang had been here for a long time and had concealed it extremely well. Because of the gigantic flame mountain, the environment here was extremely bad, and now that Bai Shualan was here, the atmosphere was extremely chaotic. I must capture this little S.L.U.T. alive. I must make all the servants of the Lan family ruthlessly fall for her. Blue Sky Poison King's angry roars traveled all the way to Bai Shualan's ears, making him even more furious, wanting to immediately go over and kill Blue Sky Poison King. It was just that she was still fighting the fierce fighting D, which was very powerful. She had to be very careful and not get distracted. So she forced herself to focus on the fight. Xin Xiang had also seen the power of the fierce fighting D, and it was indeed terrifying. He was not sure exactly how strong it was. He needed to fight around to know. Blue Sky Poison King continuously provoked Bai Shualan with her words. He seemed to understand the personality of the sword Blood S very well. Just as he was cursing non-stop, Xin Xiang had already arrived beside him. He took out the 9 Heavens divine sword, and without saying a word, he used his fastest speed to cut off Blue Sky Poison King's head. The Blue Sky Poison King was previously cursing loudly in midair, but when everyone heard him, they suddenly stopped. The people who were watching the battle all looked in the direction of Blue Sky Poison King, only to see that the Blue Sky Poison King's body was falling down and his head was missing. Elder Blue Sky! An old man shouted in shock. He anxiously rushed forward to catch Blue Sky Poison King's body, only to see that Blue Sky Poison King's head had already disappeared, and the blood that came out of his neck had been evaporated by the heat. When Bai Shualan heard about the situation, she was extremely shocked, and then she suddenly thought of Xin Xiang. She felt more and more that it was Shen Xiang who did it, and she was secretly happy in her heart because Shen Xiang had helped her get rid of this annoying fellow who was constantly insulting her. Everyone was alarmed and suspicious because someone had plotted against the Blue Sky Poison King. Furthermore, his methods were very clever, to the point where even the Blue Sky Poison King did not notice. What was even more terrifying was that there were a few experts from the Lan family beside the Blue Sky Poison King. After Xin Xiang killed Blue Sky Poison King, he just stood to the side and watched the battle. The people of Lan family all scolded him for being shameless and all, saying that he was using some despicable method. Suddenly, the huge mountain of flames trembled. Shen Xiang sensed that something was amiss and immediately rushed over, releasing the 6 realms mirrors. He activated the array inside the 6 realms mirrors and enveloped Bai Shualan and the Bai family. Boom! Oh. The gigantic mountain suddenly exploded, releasing a burst of violent air waves and sun-like explosion of light. Xin Xiang and the rest felt extremely MPY inside the 6 realms mirrors, and they could even feel the heat from the fire seeping into their bodies. They were all extremely strong, but the heat made their bodies feel a burning pain. Xinxiang and the rest were blown far away by the shock. After the surroundings calmed down, Xinxiang looked forward and saw charred corpses all over the ground. Many people had died. The mountain is gone, but there are no broken rocks. Bai Shuolan did not dare imagine that if Xinxiang had not suddenly appeared and protected them, their situation would have been extremely serious. At this moment, the bodies of the people floating in the air were incomplete. They were all missing arms and legs. These people were also the strongest group. The weakest among them had turned into charred pieces that fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the location where the giant mountain was just at. They were all frightened out of their wits. Xinxiang simply did not know what had happened just now. He only knew that quite a few people had died in the explosion just now and that a majority of them were severely injured. Xinxiang simply did not know what had happened just now. He only knew that quite a few people had died in the explosion just now and that a majority of them were severely injured. Bai Shuolan looked at fierce fighting Ji. Oh, Di. Although this fierce fighting Ji. Oh, Di looked to be in a sorry state. She was not severely injured. Something's wrong. Let's go. Xinxiang looked in the direction of the gigantic mountain and frowned, controlling the 6 realms mirrors to teleport away. After leaving that place behind just now, Xinxiang was much more at ease because if he continued to stay there, he didn't know what dangerous things would happen. In short, he consciously told him that that place was extremely dangerous. What happened just now? What is inside the huge mountain? After the explosion, not a single piece of debris was left and nothing was left. Instead, a huge crater was formed on the ground. He knew just how powerful Xinxiang was to actually be able to save them in such a short period of time. Bai Shuolan shook her head. She looked at the sun and the sky and said, "My brother said that once this happens, it will mostly be a disaster. Just a moment ago, we almost suffered, but unfortunately, we did not kill the Lan family." "Xinxiang, you are running way too fast." If Xinxiang had not left just now, he would definitely have attacked the fierce fighting Ji. Oh, Di, because I'm afraid. I can feel that after that huge mountain exploded, it was extremely dangerous. It seems that there's something very scary there. Xinxiang was still in shock. Do you know why after the explosion, that enormous mountain didn't leave anything behind? Bai Shuolan shook her head. Because the materials of that enormous mountain can burn and explode. Xinxiang said, otherwise it would be impossible to produce such a great power. Many of the stronger guys from the various families would be blown into ashes. Even the fierce fighting Ji, oh, DS, could not handle it. The fierce fighting Ji, oh, Di nodded her head. If we didn't have protection, I'm afraid we would already be injured. After speaking up to here by Shuolan and the fierce fighting Zhao, Di both looked at Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors. They were standing on top of it right now, and it was this thing that blocked the powerful energy wave that had exploded out. Now, Xinxiang was finally able to verify the defensive power of this 6 realms mirrors. It was refined using multiple pieces of Crystal Emperor, and the defensive power was extremely satisfactory to Xinxiang. Something is coming. Xinxiang suddenly shouted. The feeling came out of nowhere. He immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to teleport. Just as the 6 realms mirrors had teleported away, a few streaks of fire shot out. These things were extremely aggressive, but they missed. Xinxiang and the fierce fighting Ji. Oh, Di didn't know what was going on with him. And they also didn't sense anything just now. Xinxiang, what happened just now? What are you afraid of? Bai Shuolan asked. Did you see something? Is it really that scary? Xinxiang nodded. I think. The person who did not run away just now should be pretty much dead by now. Xinxiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to release an even stronger defensive barrier, and at the same time he controlled it to quickly teleport towards the Bai Mansion. We need to return to the Bai Mansion as soon as possible, and definitely do not linger outside. Xinxiang said, with the protection of the Bai Mansion's formation, it should be safer. The fierce fighting Ji. Oh, Di was puzzled and asked, "Just what is it?" Xinxiang shook his head. "I don't know either, but I can feel that those things are very strong. They should have appeared after that huge mountain exploded." Bai Shuolan frowned. She was thinking about something. "Shuolan, what do you think it is?" Xinxiang asked. "You are all from the Sunji. Oh, D-Race, you must know more than me." "The possibility of a sun evil spirit is higher." Bai Shuolan looked at the sun in the sky. "But that's impossible. The sun evil spirit has already been wiped clean by the sun ancestor. It's impossible for it to appear again." Fierce fighting Ji. "Oh!" Di took a deep breath. "If it's really this kind of thing, then it's really troublesome. Legend has it that this kind of sun evil spirit likes to destroy." They had already returned to the Bai mansion, and Shen Xiang had told Bai Shiming about this matter. Right now, no one could be sure whether or not the sun evil spirit had appeared because they did not see it with their own eyes. Xinxiang left the Bai mansion to look for him. The spirit of divine altar must be very clear about this kind of thing. Just as Xinxiang arrived at the side of the sun altar, the spirit of divine altar anxiously said, "Xinxiang, don't wander around in this period of time. It might not be peaceful outside." "Yes." Xinxiang sighed and was told everything that happened to him. The spirit of divine altar. After the spirit of divine altar heard this, she was silent for a moment, then said, "If it wasn't for the sun evil spirit, the sun evil spirit had already been completely destroyed by the sun ancestor and would not have been reborn. Even if he was reborn, he wouldn't be that powerful." "Then what is it?" Xinxiang asked. "If I'm not wrong, it should be some guys sealed in the sun." The spirit of divine altar said, "These guys were all enemies of the sun ancestor back then, and were sealed in these suns by the sun ancestor. I don't know how they came down today, but these guys are very scary." "How many secrets are there in the sun?" Xinxiang looked at the sun in the sky, feeling very suspicious. These suns seemed to be very mysterious, but they were also a little weak, because after a race of people was destroyed, the sun would also fall. If all the remaining Sunji, D-Race, were to perish, these suns would no longer exist. There are many secrets that I am not clear of either. If it's really those guys sealed in the sun, then you have to be careful. They're very difficult to kill." The spirit of divine altar said, "Even if you use the 9 heavens divine sword, it will still be difficult to kill them." "Can't kill him." Xinxiang did not believe it. He had met many people who claimed that they could not kill him before, but in the end, they were all killed by him. "Do not believe my words. If they could have been killed, they wouldn't have been sealed in the sun." The spirit of divine altar said, "I want to go back to that place and investigate." Xinxiang said, "We might be able to find something there." "Then you must be careful." The spirit of divine altar warned, "If they are to attack you, you better not fight them and just leave. With your strength, you should be able to leave safely." Previously, Xinxiang had brought Bai Shuolan and a fierce fighting God with him, so it was not convenient for him to act. Riding on a 6 realms mirrors, Xinxiang quickly left the forbidden land of the divine earth, once again heading towards a place where the gigantic, blazing mountain appeared. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that there were many people gathered there. Upon closer inspection, he realized that they were the men who had been sent by a big family to scout the blazing mountain. They were sitting in a circle on the ground, staring at a huge bonfire. Xinxiang watched from afar and didn't dare to approach, afraid that he would be discovered. Xinxiang watched from afar and didn't dare to approach, afraid that he would be discovered. What's wrong with these guys? Xinxiang watched from afar and could not hear their conversation. Previously, he thought that all of them were dead, but now he was sitting there roasting a fire. Feng Kuta said, "Maybe they have already been controlled." Xinxiang also felt that it was possible and continued to try to get closer. He quickly discovered that there was a fire trap hanging on the necks of those people. At this moment, he became even more careful, worried that he would be discovered if he wasn't careful. One must know that the powerful auras in this place made him unable to breathe. These guys should have Serpa. Said the world-defying berserk realm. Shen Xiang was extremely terrified. In the eyes of this group of people, he was probably just a small shrimp. After all, he's an enemy of the Sun Ancestor. He would definitely not be too weak. Feng Kuter said, Sun Ancestor is also very mysterious and powerful. Yes, but now it seems that his descendants will be annihilated by these fellows. Shen Xiang was currently searching for those strong fellows, but he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a voice came out from the bonfire, startling Shen Xiang. Those people were actually in the bonfire. Only now did Shen Xiang realize that the fire was not an ordinary fire. The flames looked like ordinary flames, but upon careful observation, he discovered that there was a hint of a golden aurora inside the fire. This is the Sun Madness Fire. Shen Xiang shouted in his heart. Although they were Sun Madness Fire-s, they were not that strong, only extremely weak. All of you, quickly absorb all of these Sun Madness Fire. I want you to become my fire slave. From the sound of it, it was probably the voice of an old man. It turned out that the people from the various big families were surrounding the fire to absorb the Sun Madness Fire. Fire slave? It seems like there's only one guy. Shen Xiang thought. But why were there so many fellows chasing after me before? At that time, I felt at least 3 of them running over here. Just as Shen Xiang was pondering about this, 3 BALL S of fire suddenly flew towards him. Super Young Divine Lord, we have investigated thoroughly. Bai Shualan, who is inside the Bai family, is indeed in control of the sword blood. After the fireball exploded, a young man appeared and respectfully said, I don't really care about the sword blood. I can easily deal with a little girl. What I care about is that guy with the powerful divine artifact. He actually dodged my attack. Super Young Divine Lord said coldly, This guy is very capable. His divine tool is not simple. I have to get it. Shen Xiang couldn't see the Super Young Divine Lord, but he was sure that this guy was very strong. If not, she would not have enslaved so many strong beings. Shen Xiang had also just seen it. When the 3 figures in the flames appeared, they had fire collars around their necks. D-Master, what about the Violet Sun Sword? Have you pulled it out yet? The young man asked again. I can't pull it out, he murmured. There's a deep connection between it and the land. That be A-S-T-A-R, the old sun. He's the one who did all the good things. The Super Young Divine Lord snorted angrily. In the distance, Shen Xiang suddenly saw a black shadow rush out from the huge fire. Following that, an old man with black flames all over his body appeared. The black flames around his body was like a black robe surrounding him. He looked extremely majestic and domineering. At this time, Shen Xiang had already seen Super Young Divine Lord's appearance. A pair of eyes were pitch black in color, with 2 points of black flame coming out of them. It was extremely weird, and his eyebrows also seemed to be jumping like black flames. D-Master, what are we going to do next? From the memories of these fellows, we can note that the forbidden land of the divine earth has a large number of myriad Tao divine soiles as well as an ancient sun altar. A young man said, There were 3 fire slaves that he brought from the top of the sun. They were completely loyal to him and were extremely powerful. Ancient sun altar were refined using myriad Tao divine soil crystals, and there are 9 of them. They came from the sun and are extremely powerful, so before I recover my strength, I don't want to provoke this ancient sun altar. The Super Young Divine Lord said, What we need to do now is to control more than 1 sun altar in the sun. Derace and control at least 5 of them. That way, I can quickly recover my strength. D-Lord, those Sunji, D-Race are not very strong. I can take them down now. A young fire slave said, Don't be arrogant. These Sunji, D-Races are all very strong, especially their sun altar. Even though they have newly refined them, their might cannot be underestimated. You all saw it too. Those who ran away were all fierce fighting God, super young divine lord said. I have been sealed for many years and have been burned by the sun for so long, my injuries are extremely serious, and I cannot recover within a short period of time. My strength is also only at peak of the arrogant realm. If I want to take down those Sun race, I need even more powerful fire slave. Super young divine lord said, especially someone who has a sword blood. With this kind of fire slave and my help, she will become stronger quickly. Let's think of a way to take down the Bai family's girl. The 3 fire slaves immediately left. Shenxiang also carefully left this place and teleported to the Bai family, entering it. They still did not know about the situation here. When Shenxiang suddenly arrived, Bai Shiming was still welcoming him with a smile. However, when he saw Shenxiang's serious expression, he could not laugh anymore. Shenxiang, what's going on? Bai Shiming asked. Bad news. Shenxiang immediately told Bai Shiming what he knew, and halfway through his story, Bai Shualan also came over. Super young divine lord. Bai Shualan frowned. This is a disciple of the super young divine lord from back then. After Bai Shualan finished listening, she exclaimed in shock, Why did this guy come down here? Shenxiang shook his head. I don't know either. Shualan, how did you know this fellow? Bai Shiming had never heard of any super young divine lord, but Bai Shualan knew that he was extremely curious and looked at her. My sword blood's inherited memories are here. Bai Shualan said. Shenxiang also owned a sword blood, but his sword blood was not pure. He only had frenzy sword method. Then do you know about Violet Sun Sword? Shenxiang asked again. That huge flaming mountain should be related to the Violet Sun Sword. After hearing about the Violet Sun Sword, Bai Shualan was even more surprised. She frowned and said, No wonder, so it was the Violet Sun Sword that had descended. The huge mountain of flames had a treasure, but it was extremely difficult to obtain. There was an extremely powerful, super young divine lord watching over that place, and there was already a large group of powerful fire slave there. The huge mountain of flames had a treasure, but it was extremely difficult to obtain. There was an extremely powerful, super young divine lord watching over that place, and there was already a large group of powerful fire slave there. Is the Violet Sun Sword very powerful? Shenxiang already had a 9 heavens divine sword, so he felt that his 9 heavens divine sword should be very strong. Bai Shualan shook her head. Violet Sun Sword are not the strongest, and the sword is not used for battle. Bai Shiming and Shenxiang looked at each other. They had previously thought that this Violet Sun Sword was extremely powerful, so if this kind of divine sword was used for combat, it would definitely be very good. Bai Shualan sighed. I am not sure about the specific circumstances of this sword. I only know that super young divine lord angered sun ancestor because of this sword. So that's how it is. Shenxiang already knew that the super young divine lord had a lot of grievances before, so there must be a story behind this. Don't let this sword fall into the hands of the super young divine lord. Shenxiang, you must have this sword. Bai Shualan said. I will try my best. Shenxiang nodded his head. You must be careful. Especially you, Shualan. In case you get caught, I'll have to go and save you. Bai Shualan pouted. You make me sound weak. Shenxiang chuckled, then rode away on his 6 realms mirrors. After returning to the forbidden land of the divine earth, Shenxiang anxiously went to find the spirit of divine altar. During this time, the spirit of divine altar was refining with Qin Kai. He released a strong sun madness fire for Qin Kai to control. It was a rare opportunity for Qin Kai to train herself, so she would definitely not miss it. Did you find anything? Spirit of divine altar was extremely concerned about the matter of the blazing mountain. A great discovery. Shenxiang told Spirit of divine altar everything he discovered. After the Spirit of divine altar finished listening, she remained silent. It was clear that this matter was extremely serious for Shenxiang to not even reply. This is troublesome, Spirit of Divine Altar said after a long while. Yes, this guy is very strong, very troublesome, Shenxiang said. Trouble is indeed somewhat troublesome, but you don't have to be too worried. You should know that the other fellows from the Sunji, race that are heading towards the myriad Tao should have all returned by now, right? The Spirit of Divine Altar said. Yes, are they going to work together against that guy? Shenxiang felt that this was possible. Do you know what the use of Violet Sun Sword is? Spirit of Divine Altar did not answer Shenxiang's question. I don't know. Shenxiang shook her head. Bai Shuolan's inheritance of knowledge is also not that detailed. She only knows that it is not used for battle, but is extremely powerful. Yes, this Violet Sun Sword is not used for fighting. It's a key that can open the Purple Yang Divine Palace. The Spirit of Divine Altar said. Purple Yang Divine Palace is the palace that you were in back then. You should know what is inside. Something left behind by the Sun Ancestor? Shenxiang was shocked. Yes, Sun Ancestor left very much back then. As for why he left, I'm not sure either. But he left many things behind, all in the Purple Yang Divine Palace. At that time, the Super Yang Divine Lord stole this key. But the Patriarch found out in time. Not only did he seal the key, he sealed the Super Yang Divine Lord as well, and threw it into a sun. I just don't know why, but the Super Yang Divine Lord suddenly fell down, and the sealed Violet Sun Sword broke through the seal. But it should be stuck on the ground right now, as it does not want to fall into the hands of the Super Yang Divine Lord. Shenxiang thought for a while, then asked, Where is the Purple Yang Divine Palace? Can you just go in with the key? It should be, I don't know the specifics either. I only know that the Violet Sun Sword is the Purple Yang Divine Palace's key. The Spirit of Divine Altar sighed. It would be best if you could obtain it. This way, you don't have to worry about the Patriarch's things falling into this guy's hands. Shenxiang nodded. I will think of a way. Right now, he didn't know what to do. He could only get closer to the huge fire and wait for an opportunity. Shenxiang arrived near the bonfire again. At this time, he saw that the people from the Weird Clan were all kneeling down to wars. H.I. plus P the bonfire. The flames on the bonfire had also decreased by a lot. These guys have all become fire slave. Shenxiang said. They all have relatively high positions in the clan. Once they are controlled and allowed to return to the clan, it will be troublesome. The Super Yang Divine Lord's goal was to control 5 sons to treat her injuries. But it seemed like it wasn't that difficult right now. From today onwards, you are all my fire slave. Here, the fire source of the Sun Madness Fire. You only need to absorb the Sun Madness Fire and you'll become stronger. As long as you serve me, you will never regret becoming my fire slave. Super Yang Divine Lord shouted. Now, quickly go back and think of a way to lure the strong experts of your family here. I want them to become my fire slave. This Super Yang Divine Lord was really a good plan. He was not in a hurry to destroy all the Sunji, race, but wanted to slowly control them and develop her own power. This was a very serious matter. If he succeeded, then there would be a group of people who are not afraid of death, and each one of them would be very strong. They have already absorbed the Sun Madness Fire for their cultivation, so they will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Shenxiang gritted his teeth and said, I must get hold of these Violet Sun Sword quickly. The fire source of these Sun Madness Fire should be released by them. Shenxiang guessed that Super Yang Divine Lord was also absorbing these fire sources to heal his wounds and recover his original strength. Soon enough, the group of fire slave left, and the 3 powerful fire slave were not here either. Shenxiang felt that as long as he lured this Super Yang Divine Lord away, he would have the chance to enter the bonfire. Although the outermost layer of Sun Madness Fire was not strong, it was still a Sun Madness Fire. As long as he had the opportunity to absorb it for cultivation, in time he would be able to condense a fire seed. Out of the 3 young fire slave S from before, they had grasped strong sun madness fire S, and their bodies had obviously been refined by them as well. The sun madness fire in the inner layer of the bonfire must be very strong. This guy has been hiding inside. He must be absorbing the sun madness fire in the inner layer to cultivate. Shenxiang thought, I must lure him out. Shenxiang thought about it, then carefully summoned a mouse man. He let this mouse man ride on a 6 realms mirrors. Then he controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly far away. If the 6 realms mirrors is exposed with this guy's strength, I can definitely find it. Once he leaves the bonfire, I will immediately go in and use my spatial energy to teleport the 6 realms mirrors back. After Shenxiang thought of his plan, he immediately executed it and allowed the 6 realms mirrors to fly out. Just as Shenxiang had expected, the super young Divine Lord was extremely sensitive to the 6 realms mirrors aura, so they immediately soared and flew towards the direction of the 6 realms mirrors like a streak of black light.